guys have already heard a little bit about me. I wanted to make sure my contact information was right here in one of the first slides for you if you have follow-up questions, on the analytics side at least. I've been working in analytics pretty much since I graduated from college back in 2004. My first job, I actually have a journalism degree, and I started working in a publishing company, and they said, oh, hey, you probably know how to use it, build the website and run all the website stuff, right? So I became our webmaster and learned analytics right then when it was still in urgent software mode. So I worked with a bunch of different types of companies, and obviously in higher education extensively with, I would say of our almost 100 clients, we've probably done about half of them we've done some kind of analytics work with. So when I jump in and show you my analytics, you're going to see a big long list of lots of schools that you won't have to deal with. If you have any questions, by all means, get a hold of me. And I've got some cards up here, too, if you want to grab one. So I've got us scheduled out pretty tightly because I want to make sure I cover a lot of information with you guys. In the morning, we're going to talk a little bit kind of 101 type stuff. So the very first stuff that I'm going to go over with you, some of you might be sitting there rolling your eyes going, we know what this is, Becky. We understand this. But I like to kind of start at really basic so everybody's on the same page. And trust me, it only lasts about a half hour at the most. So if you're bored, don't worry, it'll pick up real quick. We're going to actually go through some of your analytics history and what we've done with you guys on the project so far. I think this is important to set the stage, especially for the afternoon, because we're going to look at your real dashboards and your real goals and all of the things that are there. We're going to take a little break. Don't worry, I won't make you sit in here the whole time. We're going to talk about events and goals this morning. Those two things are both really important in reading your reporting, so I want to make sure that you guys all understand what they are and how they work. And then I'm going to talk just a little bit about Google Tag Manager. It's really the engine behind all of the events that I have running on your site right now and a lot of the tracking. So I want you guys to understand what it is. I don't want you to feel like you have to know how to use it. And then we'll take a break for lunch. And in the afternoon, we're going to spend some time on campaign tracking and dashboards. And then I've got at least an hour and a half blocked off to talk here about just kind of what's going on with your stuff. So we'll go through all of the different colleges and the different dashboards and the goals we have set up. We'll probably have some feedback. Barbara's going to help me funnel that and make sure we're making those edits and get everything to a place that you guys can actually really use your reporting. I want that to be really a big chunk of the afternoon. I will go through a little bit of a report tour and advanced segments after we've looked at that. And the idea with that is I want you guys to be able to say, cool, I have these dashboards. Whoops. I have all these dashboards and all these goals, but I see this thing in here and I have a question about it. How do I dig in deeper? I want you to feel like you can at least do that much, okay? So you know where to go. That's usually the very first question we get when I show a dashboard. In fact, we saw some yesterday afternoon and we already had questions of, oh, well, what does this mean and can we find out more? Yes, we can, and I'll show you how. And of course, some time for Q&A. So everybody feels like they leave knowing what they need to know. Sound good? Can you hear my voice okay? Good? Good. So let's do some introductions real quick. This is a pretty small group, but I'd love it if we could just shoot around and I can get an idea of where my different folks are from what different departments, maybe just name and where you're from and what you're here to learn. Want to start in the front?
Sure. I'm Jackie Palumbo. I'm the trainer. I'm Director of Training Performance Improvement. So I'm here to learn about it and then eventually develop a training module.
Beautiful.
Meredith, I'm the Web Communications Manager with UCM. I've kind of been on the project for a year, but I'm always excited to learn more and catch up on the stuff that I may have missed.
Great.
And I'm Barbara Solar from UCM, and we're reporting, I didn't mention this earlier, for the trainers so that hopefully we can create a training module from this that can be used with onboarding new staff.
So watch what you say.
But please do ask questions still. Go ahead.
I'm Thomas Meal, and I'm the CAS web guy.
I'm Angela Catanzano with UCM, the new marketing account manager.
Great.
I'm
Need to get some names and faces together and where I can direct some specific questions. I promise I won't make any of you talk again. I won't promise that. Quick show of hands. How many of you have logged into Google Analytics before? How many of you are in it maybe once a quarter? Or at least once a quarter? At least once a month? at least once a week? Is anybody reporting on a regular basis, the one that's actually pulling the reports and sending them out to people? Some of you are doing that? Okay, cool. That's good to know too. Good. You guys actually have a pretty good involvement in analytics. A lot of schools I would work with and ask those questions, and a lot of people would be like, I don't even know how to log in. So we're in good shape already, it looks like. Cool. So I'm going to dive right into our Google Analytics 101 and give us a little bit of benchmarking and background for all of us to share equally. So this is important to note. This is kind of the definition of analytics. And what we're really doing here is obviously know we're studying things, but this bold part, in order to improve it. So a lot of schools I work with, we'll talk and we'll say, okay, well, what do you want to track? And some of your answers already have been great. We want to do this and this so we can figure out how to get better at it, versus we just want to track everything. And then we're going to have all this information and then we're never going to look at it. So a lot of times we'll be going through and making decisions on, yes, do we need to put event tracking on that? Should we be pulling this other site in? And the question for me is always, well, what are you going to do with that information? Or what can we do so that you do use that information? Obviously, we always want to track more, but make sure you're actually using it to make improvements. And it's really an ongoing process. So as much as we wish that it would just be start and finish and we're done in 2 months with analytics, wouldn't that be wonderful? Not for me, but I like doing it all the time. But we really should be moving in this kind of circle of making measurements, figuring out what that tells us about our website, making those changes, and then measuring again to see if it actually improved. I think a lot of us think that we know how people use the websites. I know I do. We always have our assumptions that we want to come in and tell people, well, no one's actually using that button. Doing some of this testing with real actual data is going to make a really big difference. So some things that analytics can do. We're really good in analytics at measuring trends, measuring website trends. If we see that something is being measured at a certain caliber and then all of a sudden the metrics go up, we know that something's actually changed there. I think sometimes people get a little bit tied up in the actual number. This means 300 people actually clicked on this thing. There's all kinds of limitations with what analytics can actually do. It's just a piece of code on your site trying its best it can to understand what people are doing. So there's obviously going to be things that maybe won't match up one-to-one with what you think they should be. A great example is like the number. We might have a goal set up and you have 16 people have filled out a form, but really we only got 14 of them came through because 2 people had trouble with the form and it double counted for some reason. So there are things that we can learn there. So we're really focusing on measuring trends. Don't get too caught up in the specific numbers. We can do a pretty good job of evaluating the quality of your web content. So if people are spending a lot of time on those pages, we can understand that they must be engaged with it. Obviously, that assumptions piece I mentioned before, we can really challenge and validate those, not just our own, but other people's. And we can actually show some data to back ourselves up, which is helpful. We're really good in analytics at demonstrating how your website can meet some established business goals. So we know what all the goals of the institution are. We know what our enrollment goals are. We know what our retention goals are. We know what our fundraising goals are. How can we really prove that that's being tied through to the web? We all know the web is important, but how do we really prove it? Setting up those goals like you guys have. That's so exciting that I get to say that for you, this group. It's all set up already. Having those goals set up is how we can really prove that. And then another thing that's great, you guys have a pretty distributed content system here, right? You have people editing the website all over the institution. It's very common, especially in larger institutions like this one. You can actually let your shareholders, a lot of the people, or the stakeholders rather, a lot of you in the room are stakeholders, into the information and understand how to measure the success of your own content. So if you have other writers and additional content editors, it's a really good way to be able to involve them personally into how things are doing. I used to work in a TV newsroom, and I was our online editor in a past life, and nothing fires up reporters more than letting them see whose story is getting more page views on the homepage, and they're all really kind of aggressive and competitive anyway, so it's really fun to pit people against each other in that way. Maybe your people won't be quite as aggressive. we were actually just talking about this. I'm from Iowa and I grew up in Iowa. And I get really annoyed when I have a little bit of traffic on the way into work. And I'll come in and I'll tell Jay about it. I'll be, Jay, the traffic was so bad on the way to work. I actually was stopped in traffic for like 2 whole minutes on the interstate. And he is from Jersey. So he doesn't think that that's really a reasonable complaint. Oh, sorry. So what we really like to think about here is make sure you're looking at all of your data in context. It's all about the context of where you are in the world, whether it's in Iowa or New Jersey, or whether you're looking at a page that all of a sudden, wow, we have 5,000 page views and we're really excited. Are we excited? Did it go up or down? So these numbers on their own, what does this mean? 2,000 page views, is that good? 70% returning visitors. 80% bounce rate? Almost impossible to tell without context, right? Without knowing what the page is, what it was last week, are we making improvements on it? If it's 80% bounce rate, that means somebody came, 80% of your visitors came and immediately left and didn't do anything else. That might be really good if, for example, you're sending them to a landing page through a marketing campaign and the thank you page is on a different domain and it looks like a different session. Maybe that's fine. Maybe 80% of your people are leaving to that other thank you page and it's great. Or it could be terrible if that means that 80% of your people are getting to your page and going, ew, I hate this, I'm leaving. So it's all about context.
Does anyone know the difference between a bounce and an exit? Anyone? What's the difference?
An exit is leaving the site, a bounce is immediately leaving the site.
Right,
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
right. So an exit is coming in one door, looking around, and then leaving. Bounce is you come, you look at that, and you're out.
You don't like the scenario. I've got a little bit more on some of the definitions too.
Yeah. And again, it's context, right? So a high bounce rate could be good in certain scenarios.
Absolutely. Or that 2,000 page views. I mean, there are some pages on our site where I would be just delighted if we had 2,000 page views versus you guys probably, if that was your homepage, there'd be a problem, right? So again, context. Obviously, can anybody pick out where spring break is? Right. So you probably see that almost every university we work with. We don't necessarily always restrict on-campus people, so we always have these big bulbs, dips like this over those sorts of things. Happy spring break, by the way. Is parking better right now? So let's talk really quickly. I won't get too in the weeds in this, but let's talk real quickly about how analytics works. So you guys have probably seen something like this before, right? This is the code that actually goes on your site on every single page. Usually you can drop it in a template. Good news is all of this is done for you guys. So you take that beautiful little snippet of code and you place it on the site, and basically it's going to be represented by this little JavaScript here. So your web server is serving this here out on the actual browser of your visitors. And it's using something called cookies. We've all heard of cookies before. You know you got to clear your cookies if you're shopping at work and all that kind of good stuff. But the cookies here also hold our session information. So this is how we understand if it's a new or returning visitor and some of those other pieces about whether somebody's been to our site before. This visitor browser here is talking over here to Google Analytics server through that JavaScript code. And basically, every time that somebody comes and does a session on your site, it's going to create what's called a log file. It takes that log file and runs it through this processing engine. So we have site search. It's creating all of the different fields that we're going to look at in analytics. It's applying any filters that you might have had, and it's going to create those reports that make it a lot easier to look at. And then finally, after all of that, it hits your database that you can then access through the interface. So there's a lot that has to happen here. I think one of the most important pieces of this diagram, though, is this number 8 right here. The filters that get applied, and we'll talk a little bit more about filters this afternoon. Again, you guys aren't going to have to touch them too much. But if you're actually applying filters at your view level, it's cutting out the information before it even hits your database. So if somebody wants to restrict all on-campus people, we don't even get that information. So that's why we use those really sparingly and really strategically.
That's the French spelling of creative.
What?
That's the French spelling of creative.
is like a screen grab from Google.
Is it?
Uh-huh. Suckers. That's not even me. That's hilarious. I've never noticed before. Huh. Right, I guess so. Yeah, that's totally a screen grab. So things that aren't tracked by default. We're not going to have file downloads, outbound links, in-page events, flash animation, any embedded videos. There's all kinds of things on this list that are not going to be default tracked. Luckily, we're tracking a lot of those things for you through Tag Manager, and I'll show you later with event tracking. So things like file downloads and outbound links, in-page events, videos, goals we have set up, and then I'm going to teach you a little bit more about how you can, segment some of your visitors. And actually, I think we have internal site search set up as well. So a lot of this stuff isn't by default, but we've got it set up for you. Okay. And I think it's pretty important to understand that analytics is really based on sessions. The whole Google Analytics system is about somebody coming to your website, starting a session, clicking on hopefully all kinds of wonderful things and doing all kinds of goals and events, and then leaving your website and ending the session. So this is a nice kind of way to think about the vocabulary, I think. You're always going to have more page views than sessions and more sessions than users. So one user might have multiple sessions, and during those sessions, they'll probably have multiple page views. All right? Any questions so far on any of that stuff? Pretty straightforward, right? Let's do a little bit of vocab. I promise there's only like 5 or 6 slides of this. But every now and then we'll have a conversation halfway through one of these things and someone will be using a term completely differently. I want to make sure we're on the same page. So page views. You guys all know what that is. A page loads, counts as a page view. Yeah. The second one is a session. So these are a little bit more complicated. So I was just talking about the sessions. That's when somebody comes, they do a bunch of things, all of these things maybe, and then they leave. So it's kind of termed similar to like a visit. Analytics has a way, and Google has a way of changing terminology on us. So it used to be called a visit, now it's called a session. Just like our views used to be called profiles and all sorts of other things that are annoying when you have a deck of 300 slides. We also have things like events that can be contained within this session, social interactions, custom variables. If you had e-commerce set up, which I have not met a college yet that does or needs it, but the transactions, it could also be goal completions. All of these things are tied to this specific session. And the other one that we talked about just a second ago on that diagram is the users. So this is a number of inferred individual people, and these are done within a time frame. So whatever time frame you're looking at in analytics, that have visited the site at least one time, but maybe more. All right. So we know what pages or page views are, and we know what sessions are. So pages per session is the total number of page views that somebody might have visited during their session. Makes total sense. This is always going to be an average over whatever time period you're looking at, and a lot of times it will seem a little bit low to what you think maybe somebody is really doing on your site. And just every single site in the entire world out there has a little bit of bot traffic, and those bot traffic will kind of bring that down just a little bit. So that's another one of those metrics where you want to look at it and go, we're going to look at this in context of yesterday and tomorrow. Average session duration is just what it sounds like, but there is a little tricky section to it that I want to explain to you. So if I'm starting a session and I get to your site at 10 o'clock, I'm on one page for 1 minute, and then I'm on that page for 1 minute, and then I go to page 2. And then I'm on that page for 4 more minutes, and then I go to page 3, and then I exit. Analytics, basically, every time you hit a different page, we're sending a call off to that server. When we leave and we just close that browser, there's no connection is made with analytics. So analytics doesn't know how long we were on this page, just by default. So this is always going to be a little bit shorter than what you think it is, because somebody might have spent more time on this page reading or whatever it might be. We're never going to have the last page. So again, put it in context. One that I think is really important to talk about in this context, especially with a bunch of marketers, is landing pages. So you guys all know what landing pages are from a marketing standpoint. In analytics, it uses the same terminology, which is often confused, and it doesn't necessarily mean these are the marketing landing pages that we're using to send advertising to. What it means is the very first page that somebody lands on your website on during a session. So a lot of you will see your homepage. You probably don't think of your homepage as a landing page, but that's what you're going to see in the reporting here. Is that clear?
We're finding with the schools we work with, more and more students are searching programmatically, so a lot less the first page they see is your homepage. They're going to go right to the program page.
Yep, they're getting deeper in right away from search. Good point. We talked about these two a second ago, exit page and bounce rate. So exit is the last page, so that page that we can't count. Google basically knows that we had the call that we went to this page, but we never have the call that we went to another page. So it's the last one, it's the open one. So it's the exit page, the last page that you were on of the site when you actually left. Versus a bounce, which is exactly what we talked about. It's coming in, only looking at one page. It's any session that consists of only one page view. I didn't do anything else. You can play with bounce rates, like let's say that you have a website and it is a marketing website full of amazing videos. And the whole thing is just videos. And you're like, well, people are only going to visit this one page. That's all we want them to do. We're going to have a terrible metric on this. You can, in analytics, set up that the bounce, if somebody watches the video through event tracking, we can record that. And if they do something, we can count that as an interaction, and it won't count as a bounce. So there are ways you can tweak this metric if you have a unique case like that.
And we can count if they've seen the whole video.
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, that's set up on you guys' site right now. Any embedded YouTube videos, we have how far they've watched recorded. I should show you that. Put it on the list. Dimensions and metrics are basically the terminology that we use when we're talking about within analytics. All of the different things that you're going to look at are going to fall into one of those two categories. It's either going to be a metric or a dimension. A great way to explain it, though, without all that verbiage is, let's say that you have a dimension is the thing, and the metric is going to be kind of the volume, if you will, about it. So your dimensions are San Francisco, Berlin, and Singapore, and the numbers over here in population and area are going to be your metrics. Make sense? Yeah. Just a couple of conversion terms, and then we'll talk about some of your history. So conversion rate is something that you're going to see a lot, and you're going to see it on all of your different reports. This is basically the number of times that this thing was converted on against the total number of sessions. So in your reporting, I actually have it restricted in a lot of ways so that you can look at each goal based on the traffic sources. So you can see the % conversion rate of people who come into your site from Facebook converting on your apply goal. So it's going to be of all the people who came to your site from Facebook, how many of them actually hit apply. So you can see which of those traffic sources is converting highest. Most of them are going to be direct and organic, but if you are doing something else like that, like Facebook or something else, we can track it. The per visit goal value, this is if you're going to add dollar amounts. We don't have any dollar amounts set up with any of your goals right now, but we can basically figure out if you did want to do that, we could figure out how to do that. And then the abandonment rate is the percentage of people who started down one of the funnels of a goal and then peeled out and didn't finish it off. Funnels and goals, basically we can only do those if we have multiple pages, and it's a process like, think about like checkout, like e-commerce of Amazon. First you put in your information, or what you want to buy, you put in your coupon code, you put in your credit card information and your billing address, all in different pages. That's a perfect funnel. That's what this is kind of set up to track. You guys don't have too many opportunities where we're able to do that. You do have a couple. Question on any of that? Let's talk about your stuff now. So let's talk about what you have on your site right now is this Universal Analytics. Anybody familiar with kind of the history? Let's talk about that real quick. So I mentioned when I first graduated, I was working in Urchin software. It was about 2005. And they got bought by Google that year because it was an amazing free analytics tool, and Google rolled it out. It was so popular when it first started that like you couldn't even get it. You had to get on a wait list, and it took them about 6 months to actually get caught up and let everybody get on it because of the demand. After that, it was kind of running for a while as what we now call traditional Google Analytics. And this is the one that you had in the footer. You guys remember that when you had to actually put it in the footer of your page because it would slow down your page load otherwise? In fact, you wouldn't be surprised how often I still find code in the footer that doesn't need to be there. And then I would say, what was it, 2008-ish, 2009-ish, they came out with asynchronous. And asynchronous is what most people are probably running right now. Almost every school, that's what you were running before. Almost every school I start working with, that's where they are. And this is code that you can move up to the header, so you get more accurate tracking information, and it doesn't actually slow down the page. It can load at the same time as the page, and that's why they call it asynchronous. Google or Universal Analytics is still that way. It still doesn't slow it down. So Universal came out about a year and a half ago in beta, and people have been playing with it. The companies that are just devoted to analytics got early access, and we're trying to figure out, all the Google partners, figure out how it all could work. And it was really as a result of trying to figure out how do we deal with changing user behavior and how do we track it. Everybody's got, how many devices do you have on you right now?
Just two.
Just two? Just two. But I mean, somebody's got 3, right? Anybody got 4? No? 3 is the max? So, I mean, it's crazy how many devices you're looking at things from. And clearly, as marketers, we're all like trying to scramble and figure out that, is this a different person? Is it the same session? How do we even track this person? Especially, a lot of this type of innovation is driven by the big e-commerces. And they're trying to, I'm shopping on Amazon on my phone, and then I'm shopping before I go to bed on my iPad, and then I'll go to work. And heaven forbid I have a work and home computer too. There's so many different variations to it. So Universal was really born out of the idea that we need to figure out how to track all that stuff. And we're doing that now through something called the measurement protocol. And basically, what this is going to give us is a lot more flexibility. It's going to let us add in information from outside of analytics that we wouldn't be able to do before. So in this case, like call center, points of sale systems, you could actually send information in using this UTM GIF image request and actually say, I'm in the bookstore, somebody purchased these things, we know who this person is because we scanned their ID card. We're going to include that into their session and their user information in our site. So there's all kinds of crazy cool things you can start doing with this. You can also import offline conversions. So maybe you're trying to figure out from a call center, you're calling a bunch of people and you've gotten somebody signed up to come in for a visit. You could, in theory, send that conversion of, yes, we have them signed up as a visit, and count that in with all of your online signups as well.
So last time we were at Terry Laney was saying, I think the Washington Nationals are doing something like this with their tickets. Has anybody heard about that?
Yeah.
There's a scanner on their tickets, so when you come in, you scan the ticket, they know what you buy in the stadium, so they can send you messages and ads based on that. So I thought that was kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I would love to see what they're doing with that data now.
Yeah, same principle.
It's also using something called server-side sessionization, which is probably a word. It always comes up as an error. But basically what this is doing is Google knows that there's a lot of things that we want to do that you used to have to call IT and get them to code into your actual analytics code. And they're making it a lot easier to touch those things through the actual console for marketers. So like adding a new organic search engine. And that's basically if you have something on campus that's working like a search engine and you want to count it as a search engine, you can add those sorts of things. We can change our cookie tracking timeout length, or you can reclassify certain keywords as direct. That's one that I haven't done with a lot of people yet, but the idea behind it is people are kind of lazy. I know I am. And I might know what your URL is, but I still am probably going to go up to my Chrome URL bar and just type in American University and then click on the first link. And really what I'm doing is trying to be direct traffic. So you take those really, tight brand keywords and you just turn them into direct traffic instead. There's a new version of custom variables. Has anyone used these before in asynchronous? Custom variables is basically a tool where if somebody's filling out a form or doing something like that on your site and you want to be able to pull in that information and attach it to a session. So like I'm going to self-identify as a female as I'm filling out that form. You can pull that information in and say this session is a female, and then everything else I do can be in that bucket as I'm a female or my zip code or whatever other information. There's new versions of this and they're called custom dimensions and metrics, and they're just a little bit easier to work with. They're, again, more in the marketing tool versus something that you have to hard code, which we love. Makes everything a lot easier. The other cool thing about this is dimension widening. And this is something that I'm actually working on right now. This is brand new stuff, and I'm working on it with a school that has some alumni work. And basically what this means is we have people log into their alumni system, right? So we know who they are, and they have a unique ID. So we take that unique ID and we match it up in a spreadsheet with all other kinds of great information, like whether they are in the top 100 donors or whether in the top 3,000 donors, whatever. They have these different donor levels, whether they were a member of ROTC, the name of the college that they graduated from at the university, all kinds of extra information that we can then upload into the system. And now I can basically give you a report of any of those things crossed over. So of all the people that are logged in, the top engineering graduates, what are they looking at? How can we customize our content so that they're seeing more of what they like that promotes them to give more or engage more in events or whatever your goals might be? So there's really, really cool stuff here. Does that make sense? You can also import your cost data from other sources. So if you guys are using AdWords right now and you want to import directly into analytics, you just make a couple of adjustments and it's automatically going to pull in all of your ROI information. This is so other tools can use it as well. So if you wanted to import things from Facebook or LinkedIn or Bing or any other source that you're using for advertising. And then kind of the big one, the one that really we're all trying to get to and what's driving things here is this multi-platform tracking. This is using something very similar to the example I gave of the uploading the additional information. Basically, if people are logged in and we have that unique ID of them, we can tell it's the same person from all these different devices. And analytics is smart enough now to say this is the same session, and it gives this awesome report that it's going to give us our device overlap and how many people are actually on all these different devices at the same time. It's pretty cool stuff. So let's do a real quick example of what this might mean. The baseball game is a great example. Another one that I've actually seen in person happening so far is we go to Lollapalooza every year in Chicago and see the big music festival, my husband and I. And every year we buy our tickets, and we usually get them on the website because we don't live in Chicago. And so we get our tickets online ahead of time, and they each have a unique ID number with them. You know, the thing nobody pays attention to that they scan the barcode of. You get to the show, and you get scanned when you come in, or the wristband, actually. That's what they're doing now is wristbands. And the wristband has the little thing on it that they can scan. So they're scanning everything now. In fact, they want you to use that wristband for everything. Now they're letting you preload it with money, so you can buy all of your beers and all of your sodas and all of your material there when you're at the show through this wristband. And it's not because they want to make it easier on you. Well, they want you to spend more money, but they also want to get all that information about what you're doing. So they're tracking this information, and my husband's kind of a collector, so we always have to go get a poster or a hat or a t-shirt or something. So he has a t-shirt from every year. So he'll go and buy his poster, and they scan our wristbands, our tickets, when we buy that. So then later, when they're announcing the after show for this specific band that we bought the poster for, they know that we're really interested in this. So we might get an email on our phone that says, hey, we know that you're into these guys. They're going to be in Iowa City in a couple of weeks. Why don't you buy tickets to that show as well? So there's a lot of information that can all be incorporated and used in that CRM. And we know all of these things about the activity of these two people that basically we didn't have to change any of our behavior. We had to get scanned, right? So there's some application there that could be used across in universities as well.
examples, anybody? Been through a similar scenario? Oh, you
Think
will.
of it like an NBA fair, for example.
Right.
You get scanned every visit, and then you get
Yeah.
records.
What's the feeling? Everybody good with that or bad? Is that a
Yeah,
good-
some people freak out about that.
It's weird. I mean, that sounds like, I don't want you to, we're going to Disney with our kids, and my parents and stuff like that, they're like, oh, everyone has a discount. I don't want them to have data on me.
Right, exactly. Exactly. And to Becky's point, it's like, wow, they're making it convenient for me. Yeah, they're making it convenient, but they're making it convenient to know what drives your motivation.
I'm gonna prevent my children from being scammed.
Exactly. Cool.
So typically what the process looks like for upgrading on this, and again, you guys are down here in the we already did it phase. But typically what this looks like is you have to get a group of people involving, your marketing, your IT, internal stakeholders, any third-party applications. And this is the process and the work that we've gone through to upgrade you. The actual transition for this is pretty quick. Like basically what you're doing is taking your old code, removing it, and placing new code. That shouldn't be that hard, right? I'm laughing because it's always really hard. Usually you gotta put it on a couple of templates. If I was upgrading my personal website that's literally a page or a Converge's site that is small and compact in one template, it would take me 20 minutes. To do it at a school, though, we have to make sure we track down all of the different templates that are being used, all of the third parties, make sure that the code is updated everywhere, which I'll show you the process we went through to do that. But what's really cool about this, though, is when you're doing it, and this is what we've done with you, is we've taken the time to not just go through and upgrade the code, but we've tried to make sure that all of your information that's coming in is accurate and reliable. So we're not getting those self-referrals. We're getting clean information that we can look at each other and say, yes, we know this is true. We also have the audience-based goals that are in place and any events that need to be supporting them. The regular dashboard reporting and tag management, which you guys are going to be excited to see, I'm sure. There's two ways that we can do this. What we've done with you is we've left your existing code in place as well, right? That's what we did, right? So that the old stuff is still there, so we didn't break anything. But what we want you to use is the universal going forward. And really the reason behind this, that we did it that way, is because the old stuff that's on there, the asynchronous that's on there, there were some problems with it that I'll show you guys in a couple of minutes. So even if you were going to compare year over year, you would be comparing information that wouldn't be accurate to make strategic decisions on. So in this case, it was safer and probably better to just separate them out, give you a starting point, and let you see that information. So if you go into your universal and you want to compare to this time last year, you probably aren't going to be able to do that right yet. But as we're loading in more data, you'll have that ability. Okay?
Or as time goes by.
Yep.
And data is populated.
Yep. And honestly, I think I've worked with maybe one school that we could actually salvage what they had in asynchronous and keep it all in one property. Most people have a lot of problems. So it's pretty typical that we do it this way. So we did the both approach. You guys are in good shape on this piece. We actually do have a timeline. The fact that Google started it and they said we're not going to support it after about 2 years. So you guys are actually ahead of the curve on that, which is great.
So in 2 years, if you haven't switched to Universal, you lose all your data?
You don't lose it, but Google won't promise to process it anymore. So any new information coming in might be lost. But they aren't going to like blow out what you had before. There's just no promises. Wink.
And
And
I think we talked about this, part of the reason why we kept sort of the traditional analytics going is that we could go and check.
Right.
You know, and say, does this look right in Universal? And then go do a cross-check in the old, what we're currently using, and kind of say, wow, this is really off, we need to check on this. So that's part of why you want to keep both of them going down the train at the same time for a while.
absolutely. That's so helpful too when it's not just one template that we need to replace, and we might find out, oh my gosh, this number seems really low. We must have missed an entire section of the site, or something, which we didn't, but it's there for you to check. I think that the biggest takeaway for this, you guys, is that it's done for you guys. You don't have to worry about it. And there is really, really cool stuff coming. There is all the new fantastic things that you can do with analytics are going to be in this iteration of it. At least for the next, 5 or 6 years, this is where it's going to be. And all of the adjustments and all of the new code is going to come here. So, I mean, we've seen probably 4 or 5 cool new tools roll out just since Universal has started with benchmarking and the demographic tools and some things that weren't available and aren't available in asynchronous. So let's talk a little bit about accounts, properties, views, and data quality, and what are some of the things that affect that there. So everybody on the same page with what these things mean if I'm using these terminology. I'm going to talk a lot about subdomains and root domains. And yes, www is a subdomain. So sometimes we see that as an issue. Root domain is everything here. Analytics by default is going to do a good job at doing universal analytics. It's going to do a good job at doing different subdomains, all tracked within one property without any code edits. So that's wonderful. We do need to do cross-domain tracking, though, whenever we have different root domains. So if you guys are kicking out something new and it's got a totally different root domain, you got to make sure that you let Barbara or I know so we can make sure it's tracking correctly, because it's got to be included. All right? And just to kind of clarify, the way that analytics is set up, and this has changed a little bit, you have one big account, your big blue box. And then you have properties. This is probably the most important one. The thick green line is a property, and inside of each property we have views. So what the property is and why it's so important is basically you have one set of code for each property, and that property is kind of where you're drawing your boundaries. So that's where your sessions are going to start and end. That's really important because if I have a site, like let's say we wanted to do Kogan and we wanted to do your own property just for Kogan. Then basically anybody who was coming from the main website would be a brand new session when they came here. Even if they came in, I want to go to American University, and all they did was click on a link that brought them to Kogan. It would look like a brand new session, and the referral would be from american.edu, not from wherever they came from in the first place. So what I've done when I've set up your properties is I kick them way out. I kick it all the way out so that we're tracking everything all together. And you actually have dashboards within each of those properties, though, that's going to give you some of the stuff that you're probably used to seeing, like what are my most popular pages for my college? What are the traffic sources for my college? We gave you a dashboard to meet that need instead of having that really narrow view of the world. So we want to make sure that we're seeing where the actual traffic referral source is. That's probably one of the biggest changes from what you guys had before.
And the classic or traditional that you're working in now, there are separate views all set up that people are given access to, and so you really couldn't follow the complete path. But what we're doing is rolling out dashboards first for schools, and then we'll move to division stuff for that. That's not part of this engagement. The scope of this work was to set the dashboards up for the schools. But right now, you'll be able to track. We're going to get access so you can see everything.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and we'll show you what that looks like, obviously, today. Any questions about this? I think people used to have these set up. Almost every school that I work with has this set up because of the way that our institutions are really siloed. One person decided, hey, we need to make sure we have analytics on our site, but their purview was just whatever that college was or whatever this set of pages was. So they would set up a new property and they'd put that code on. And the other reason that this has happened a lot is because you see how there's user permissions at every level now? That wasn't always the case. You used to have to actually create a new property to have user permissions. So if I would say that I don't want to share my information with everybody else, I would basically say I'm going to make my own property so that I can keep my information for just me. Thank goodness they've opened that up because it makes it a lot better for tracking at big institutions or big corporations. So.
Let's take our, we can go in an hour. I've been through a lot of these. There's so many, everybody comes out, there's so much. So let's take a 1 hour check-in. Any questions so far? Anything that is a burning question, or I can't believe we're covering this. I thought we were covering something else. I'm out of here. Are we good?
Question
Yeah.
for you that you might address later.
Uh-huh.
You said a lot less students are going to the home page and going right to the program
Yeah.
pages.
Yeah.
When might you address kind of that concept today, and what,
don't know that do we have it in the analytics?
We can look at it in
Yeah.
our afternoon session. We can go look at landing pages.
So how would you like it, how would you like us to address it?
I'm just asking
Just
for your expertise.
Trends?
Trends and what people can be thinking about with respect to your home pages.
Yeah.
You know, that tells you gotta change up your homepage, you gotta be different
Mhm.
and leverage it with
Yeah,
respect to this.
and looking at it the other way, one thing that absolutely comes to mind is to make sure, so think about like, you know, your house, your front door is always, you know, nice where you think people coming in. What if they're coming through the garage, right? So make sure that your garage isn't, you know, you don't have a bunch of crap in there. So the one thing that I see and we counsel schools with is make sure that the program pages are written for potential students and not that internal speak about cohorts and that stuff that students don't really care about. So that's one of the things that, I mean, we really counsel and help write program pages that are geared to who's coming in. So making sure that garage floor is picked up. Yeah.
Well, and the dashboards that we have for you, I mentioned that one of them is kind of that all pages view so that you can see, you know, your top pages, top referral sources, top goal conversions, all those things. One of the widgets on that is going to be your top landing pages per college. So hopefully the idea with these dashboards is that you'll look at them on a regular basis, or at least get them emailed to you on a regular basis, and then you can look at them at your leisure. I know a lot of people who just click, but you can keep an eye on that. So you can actually see up and down how am I doing as far as my homepage being my landing page or not. Yeah.
Isn't it true that with regards to homepage traffic, that this is like a trend that goes, like, the New York Times is having less traffic on
Yeah.
its homepage.
Yeah.
You know, that I've read several articles about it. It's like people are just directly searching for the one
Yeah.
specific narrow thing they want, not necessarily going to the homepage.
Yeah.
Which speaks to what you were saying about
Yeah.
make sure the garage is nice too.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
We talked about SEO yesterday, and that you're exactly right. The way people search now is they're asking questions, right? Specific questions. We always use the example of, what's that movie about a tiger and a boat, right? You didn't put Life of Pi in there, but Life of Pi is going to come up. So that's how people, you know, search now. You know, who's the point guard for the Washington Bullets?
Right. Absolutely.
Capitals.
Well, and the way that they're promoting too is probably really social heavy and really email heavy and really shareable. So of course stories are going to be, you know, did you see this? Did you read this? Like, of course, for media companies especially. We even saw that. I was working in a media company from like 2006 to 2010, right when, I mean, we thought we were going gangbusters because our traffic was going through the roof every year, but the entire internet was going through the roof every year. But we saw that trend happening there too. And yet everyone still fights about what order are they going to be on the homepage.
And so it speaks to
Good point.
content quality.
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
Mhm.
Good point.
Yeah.
It is the bullet.
Wizards.
I knew it wasn't Campbell. Never mind.
Yeah, good point.
Cool.
Yeah.
This is something maybe you'll probably get to later, but so if we want to follow
No.
someone of a goal into the
Oh, that could have almost been a
into the
disaster.
AU Abroad site or My AU or something, is that set up yet or is that forthcoming?
Wait, ask me that again.
So if we want to follow a user path that goes from some part of the AU site into the AU Abroad subdomain or My AU subdomain and follow what they're doing there, is that set up yet?
A
or is that
lot of it's set
forthcoming?
up, but I don't know if
We're still
everything
working on
is.
that.
We, at the beginning of this project, we prioritized the domains we were
Ooh,
gonna focus
look,
on.
it's right here.
So, yes, a lot of, we do an inventory of all the domains, which is always a good exercise to do. And we prioritized a very select group at the beginning to do, just because we didn't know, we wanted to really test how easy was it gonna be to do a small set. So we didn't do the portal, and we did athletics, modules, and a few others that are in the top, and we can talk about that a little bit later.
Yeah.
What's your thinking of current student behavior?
Right.
Curious about that.
Oh, those current students. Other questions? All right.
Give our brains a rest.
See-
Turn it up.
So you guys have seen this for the last couple of minutes. This is our list that we started with of organizing all of those different things. Remember I was talking about back here. If you have different root domains, we have to make sure we're tracking them appropriately. I also think that a lot of times your subdomains, it's not necessarily this way, but a lot of times your subdomains also might be on different like CMSs or have different templates. So what we do is we go through all the subdomains and the domains and try to make sure that we at least have a list of them. And this isn't all of them. In fact, we actually have a different working document that Francesco helped us with that's even bigger than this one. I just wanted to not make your heads hurt. But basically, we've gone through that list and we've made some prioritization and gotten some of that stuff moved over. So good question. I mentioned a couple of times that you guys had some self-referrals. So let me explain what those are. Does anyone know what that is already? So basically, if you're going in and looking in your referral information and you see your own name there, myeyesight.com, bad. We don't want to see that. And let me explain why that's bad. So anybody who is in analytics right now can actually go in and look at it if you want. Hopefully you won't see that many. In the old version, you'll see a lot. But there still probably will be some because we're working through the rest of those different domains. But it's under your traffic sources and your sources and referrals. Actually, this is one of the things that's changed. It's under acquisition now. They've changed the name of this to acquisition, if anyone's actually in there. But it's still called referrals. And basically, you can go in and take a look at this. And this is from our website, an old version of tracking code on our site. So I can still have these examples of pulling in 235 people that are actually coming from convergeconsulting.org. So why is that so bad? Well, what that basically means is somebody has come to your website, and there's probably sections of your site that have missing or not working code, or probably one of these top two. This is what we normally see, inconsistent tracking code configuration. We don't, thank goodness, see very many mobile subdomains anymore. The MDOTs are kind of going out of favor, but they could cause some issues in the day. Sometimes redirects and frames and flash tracking will cause some problems, but the one that we see almost all the time is that people haven't put code or they've put their code on wrong on a page. So imagine that you launch a brand new page of your site and it is a form to attend an event. You really want people to go attend this event. So they go to your homepage, they see the banner to click on that event. By entering that homepage, they've started a session. They go off to this new event page that you didn't put the code on right. And basically that session just ended. Google thinks that it's over. And they're just over here in untracked land on your new event. They fill out that event form and they hit back to a thank you page that's back on your regular site because it's your regular thank you page you use all the time. And now it looks like they are a brand new session. And we look at it and we say, just like we do every time a session starts, well, where did this person come from? And Google says, well, it's a referral from another website. And the URL of that website is american.edu. So instead of wherever that person came from originally from your homepage, whether it be an ad or Facebook or organic search or heaven forbid something you're actually paying for, now it's going to look like it came from you. So that's why it's really important to make sure that we get those cleaned up. And you guys actually had a ton of them originally. I've actually got that screen in a couple of seconds. We also see it a lot with things like shopping cart type pages. We want to be really careful when we're doing this when it comes to third-party applications and different systems. So that's another reason that we wanted to go through and kind of map all of the different URLs and domains that you're using to make sure that we're getting all those picked up. This used to be a much bigger problem because you had to, in asynchronous, actually make this change to the code to make it work. This little circled one down here. This is exactly why you had this problem before, and it's not because anybody was careless. It's just because this piece needs to be updated on every single piece of the code. Very few people actually go and get that done for subdomain tracking. The great news is you don't have to do that anymore with Universal Analytics. It's just going to take all of the subdomains because they realized that was a big problem. There are some tools, and this is actually something that you guys have on your site right now to help us troubleshoot this and make sure that it's not happening, is we put a filter on. We'll talk a little bit more about filters later in the afternoon. You guys please don't touch them. You don't need to unless you want to let us know that you need something, and then, yeah, we can make it work. But this is a filter. Again, this is the thing that cuts into your data before it even gets to your database. So you're losing information and rewriting information. And what this one is doing is it's taking your host name and appending it to your URI, which means that most of our reporting by standard looks like this. For higher education, I like to use this so we get the full subdomain in all of your page reports. Otherwise, oh my gosh, you have no idea what you're actually looking at a lot of the time because you guys have so many subdomains. So all of your reporting will look like this now. As I mentioned, Universal fixes that problem. Subdomain, or all that stuff makes sense to you guys. Sometimes I can really lose people in the subdomain part because the good news is you guys don't really have to know it. Yours is all working. So let's talk a little bit about your analytics themselves and what we did with this process. So about a year ago, we dug in. I have notes. I think it was April, so almost a year. We were digging in and we were kicking off this project. And this is our actual first initial assessment slides from the first time we went through and looked at your initial site issues. So get excited. It's like a walk down memory lane. This project we started by doing an initial audit of findings. This is very typical. Had to make sure that we knew what we were dealing with before we made recommendations and made any fixes. Then we did this process of domain and subdomain mapping, which is that spreadsheet I showed you, and went through and figured out what's most important. The second thing we did after that was the goal mapping. So basically what we did is we went through and said, here are the different audiences that are really important to this university, and you'll see that that translated to the colleges. So the colleges and the prospective students, the current students, et cetera, underneath each group. And we went through and said, for each one of those things, why do we have a website? What is the purpose of having a website? And for a lot of them, it's going to be like prospective students. Let's take prospective students at Kogod. We want them to apply, right? We want them to learn what they need to do to say that they want to come here. We want them to inquire. We want them to visit those main three things. So we did that for everybody. Then we went through a process that I call event mapping. So a lot of the things that we wanted to track, we need to make sure that we have enough information there so that we can actually track it. And we figured out where those things need to lie. I'll show you exactly what events are in a couple of minutes. Then we implemented it all and actually went out and built the new account structure, built all the new properties, built the new views, and implemented it actually through something called Google Tag Manager. We're at the point where we're into the dashboards right now, and we're going to get all your feedback and hopefully explain all those to you guys so you feel good about it. And of course, training right now. So hopefully you think that makes sense. This is where you started out. We had all of these different properties. If you remember my squares I had up earlier, the blue one is going to be this American.edu, the big blue one, that's your account. All of these that you're seeing here with different numbers are different properties. So you guys started out with 7, did I count that? 7 properties, which basically means you had 7 big green lines drawn in various places around campus that you were all referring traffic to each other on because we had our kind of silos set up. What we did is we obviously put those things together. I did a little bit more looking into this one that you were using as your primary, which it was working fine. It didn't really have any filters on it though. Some of the standard filters we like to include are internal only, external only, showing that subdomain like I showed you guys. And then you can actually rewrite things at the filter level. So like if we wanted, we had some different tagging coming in, we could rewrite it so it all matches up, those sorts of things. You were using asynchronous, no surprises there, right? And you guys had some kind of funky code in there that I'm not even sure if we ever really got to the bottom of that was rewriting some of the campaign information and doing some redirects within it. So there were some customizations to that maybe somebody in this room knows more about, but we decided not to use them going forward, so they're no longer there. But can you see that? There's some different things that you were doing in there. Excuse me. We also had a look at what kind of campaigns you were doing currently and the type of events that were currently playing on your site. So you were running some campaigns and you still are. Who knows that they're running campaigns right now on purpose? Does anyone know that they're doing that?
What's a campaign?
Oh, don't worry. We're going to talk about it. I was just testing to see if anybody knew already and was doing it. Basically, the short answer is it's how you can affect the way that you can change your referral information to whatever you want it to be so that you can learn more about what's going on. We also looked at some of the events that you had going on. And just offhand, you had apparently this JW player was doing some things with videos, and then additionally you had this page exit that I'm not sure that we knew what it was. We fixed that snippet of code, which I already showed you guys. And just looking at some of the subdomains in the host name category of the things you guys were tracking, this is just the top 10 of things that were being recorded. You had at least 56 that we were tracking before. So of course we had some issues with placement of code and code not being correct, and self-referrals. This is your actual self-referral report from last year from your asynchronous. And we're looking at your number one source of traffic with 15% of your traffic was coming in as a self-referral, which means, first of all, it means you had inflated sessions. So remember I told you somebody comes once and then they're the same person and it counts them again. So it was inflating the number of sessions that you had. So if you ever compare to this old data, know that the sessions are inflated. And then second, it was, of course, erasing the actual referral information, which we all know is bad news.
Becky, what's numbers? They're all pretty self-explanatory except for 6. What's 6?
Oh, T.co? That's Twitter's referral source information. They send that through that way. Yeah.
We have a computer with a bunch of computers in it,
Mhm.
and every time somebody opens up a browser, it's loading the American.edu website. Is that counted then as a hit too?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
So is that something that should be continued, or?
It's fine for you to continue it. You just need to know that it's happening. One of the things I'll show you guys is we can filter if you want to eventually. We haven't at this point. You can filter out that information in different views, or because you're in higher education, there's actually a segment we can use that is a service provider of American University. So anybody who's getting on the internet through your internet service provider is going to be somebody we can filter out on the fly and remove back and forth and look back in time on. So there's ways we can play with that. So that yeah, you're absolutely going to see that. In fact, who are we working with? I can't remember the school. Somebody it was loading this just really bizarre page that like the president's announcement or something. They wanted something on all of those computer screens that like they could not figure out how it was getting so much traffic. And then finally one computer lab was like, oh, by the way, we put that as our home screen. So yeah, you definitely see that. And you don't notice as much on the home page because you already have a lot of traffic there. It's a good question.
During the technical part, Francesco is the co-lead on this, and so he was aware of this issue as well.
Yep.
And so a lot of this technical part in terms of putting the code on, tweaking some of the code, we were working closely with them on this.
Mm-hmm. We learned a lot about what was going on under the hood, didn't we? The F American. Like, what is that? So you can tell that, honestly, this is the first thing. In fact, Barbara came to a workshop we did in DC a couple of years ago now, and the very first thing that I looked at in your analytics when I sat down to talk to you was, well, let's look at your referrals. We saw that, and we were like, yep, we got some work that we could probably do. So.
That was really, I think, the thing that elevated it to what steering and created the initial project was that one thing that they were very concerned about because they don't have accurate data to make any decisions.
Good news is we're getting it fixed. You didn't have any goals set up, or I'm sorry, you did, but they weren't reporting because I'm assuming that some of these goals were set up a while ago and things have changed, so they were no longer reporting. We had one goal that had converted once over the time span that we could try to find. And then we also had some page report issues. There's probably still a little bit of this in there, but if you run into these things or you hit a place that you can't deal with your page reports, the reason I wanted to bring this slide back up is so that you guys know there are some things we can do about it on a more case-by-case basis. We can filter out some of these things so that it's a little bit cleaner, or like in the iModules case, we can add a filter that will tell us the page titles instead of the actual URLs. So we might make a view just for that so you can read those instead of the long URLs. There's a lot of kind of just, this is a good example too. We initially had some kind of duplication between like those index pages. This is the same page, the first line 1 and line 2. So we've done some things to hopefully clean that up a little bit and make it a little bit more accurate and readable. We also found some things that are still going on that maybe we can talk about a little bit more this afternoon, because you guys might know the answers to these things. We're always looking at the sources and the mediums, and there's a bunch of kind of individual things that are going on in here. Like something is referring from Web CMS, and this is from a year ago, so it might not even be out of date at this point. But somewhere along the line, we're using some campaign tracking in Site. And that's I'll explain this afternoon why that's not a good idea. We can also do some things to clean up things that are coming in like from referrals. So the way the campaign tracking works, see there's a little e and there's a big E. Those are both email and they both should roll up into one line. So we can at the filter level fix it. We're going to talk about in campaign tracking this afternoon though how we can fix it at the ground level with you guys and make sure that everything's as consistent as possible so that your reports look good. Now, obviously, there's a lot of different email things going on. So, your current state. Right now, what you have, and this is a screen grab from just a day or two ago, so this is all accurate. What you have is your main property, and then underneath this, you have your American Universal, or I'm sorry, your main account, and then you have an American Universal property. Inside that property, opened up, is your full list of all of the different views that we've created for you. The top one there is called All Website Data. This is your backup. Don't do anything to it. You can go and look at it. Do not filter it, because this is the one that if one of the other schools has a problem and somebody throws a filter on and we cut some holes in the data and we need to go back and get a checkup, this is the one that's our backup. Okay, so all website data is your backup. We also have a test down here at the bottom. This is for if you want to play with filters, and if I get done talking to you guys today and you're like, filters are awesome, I can't wait to go play with filters, do it on the test view. Because then you can cut into the information, you're not going to hurt anything, and you can make sure that what you want it to look like and the result of that filter is coming through correctly before any of it's applied to the actual views that you're using. Okay? You notice there's also one for here for each of the colleges, and one for undergraduate goals as well at the bottom here. You notice that I named them all goals. The reason I did this is because you guys are probably used to going in and seeing just your pages, right? Yeah? If you go in here and look at your page reports, you're going to see the entire university still. The reason that they're different is because the goals are set up specific to the users of those specific colleges. So it's going to be set up on College of Arts and Sciences are going to be set up on any time somebody clicks off to go to the College of Arts and Sciences apply, etc. So that's the main difference. And the main difference is you can see here in the conversion rates are going to be different there. Does that make sense? Kind of? All right. We're a little bit early, but I think I can tell that we are in need of this. So you guys want to take a couple of minutes and grab a drink, grab some food, run to the restroom. The bathrooms are down to the very end of the hall and to the right. I found them. Crazy, and we are tracking all kinds of events. So let me show you a little bit on the basic level what events are and what you use them for. And then I think I'm going to actually jump out and show you what that looks like in real life on your site, okay? Which is always a dangerous thing to do. Every time I do that in one of these, something weird happens. But I promise I'll show you how it's working. So what are events? They're basically a thing, a little snippet of code. And you can see up here at the top in green is what that code looks like. And what we do is we put that little snippet of code around some kind of action on your website. So something that we want to record that isn't being recorded by default from that list of things that analytics can't automatically do for you. And it has some different elements to it. It has a category, it has an action. Those are the two that are required. Every single event that is out there needs to have at least a category and an action. There's also something called a label, which all of your events will have a category and an action and a label. Okay, so those three pieces are on all of your events. We also have the option to add something called a value, and that's for like the example of you want to know that somebody has filled out a form and donated so much money. We can pull from that how much they donated in and pull it into the value. Or they've watched a video and how far they've watched of the video. Things like that. You can use the value. And then I mentioned earlier with the bounce rate, something that you can do, you can turn on an event, this non-interaction. And if you say that you have that one big long landing page with lots of videos on it, you could put events on there that said, hey, this is an interaction, don't count this as a bounce. So that's the tool that you actually use to get that done. The piece that you really care about, though, is these top three, the category, the action, and the label. And I'll show you how yours are set up. So what do we do with this? What do we track with it? Why do we want it? It's perfect for tracking things like your navigation and even your sub-navigation. So this About section versus the Alumni section. We can compare whether more people are clicking in this section or in this section, whether more people are clicking on facts or volunteer. All of the specifics in there. It's really great for anything that leaves your website, so off-site links. Right now, the way that it's tracked just by default, not right now, yours is set up this way, but the way that it's set up by default, if I leave your website for any reason and leave those pages that it's tracked on, I just disappear. So we aren't going to automatically be able to track if someone goes and clicks on Facebook or Twitter, or even just in some cases if they're leaving your site to go to like one of your third-party application pages. We're tracking that though for your site. We're automatically tracking anything that's not AU or your URL. So it's great for things like this. It's fantastic for sliders. Has anybody in this room ever been in an argument or at least a good heated discussion about what goes in the slider? And you want to be able to turn around and say, well, nobody's clicked on that and I can prove it. You can prove it now. We will know what your most popular slider items are, and not only to win arguments, but to create better content so that we know that our users really tend to like these sorts of things in this slider. They tend to resonate. So let's make sure we're putting more of that in there for our user group. And you actually might find that your different colleges might have different opinions on that. You know, maybe the College of Arts and Sciences has different things that they find their users tend to like over Kogat or one of the other colleges. Videos, we talked about that already. We want to make sure that we're tracking our videos. A note on that, you guys are tracking by default all of your YouTube videos that are embedded. Does anyone use anything besides YouTube? We don't have any sneaky Vimeos?
There are Vimeos.
Vimeos are,
About them, but-
okay. Yeah.
What about our AU embedded videos? Are those, do you know, Barb? Like the encoded ones?
I don't know.
The ones on our server.
We have that.
Okay, so there might be some outliers to this. If you're wondering if it's not tracking, the first question is it YouTube embedded? Because the code that we've got set on this to automatically track is only looking for YouTube embeds. Unfortunately, to my knowledge, there's not a way to do Vimeo the same way. Vimeo doesn't have some of the same calls that happen within the page, so we aren't able to do that, which is really frustrating if you're a Vimeo person because Vimeo also lets you customize a lot more, and you can make the player look however you want, and so some people use that for aesthetics, and then you can't end up tracking it. Yeah?
How hard would it be to set it up so that, it seems like the slider debates are useless if you can't tell which position it's in because it's not fair to compare number one to number.
The way your slider is set up, there's no position indicators in the code. So that might be something we could put some classes on, but right now it's not set up that way and there's no way to do it without some help.
We can tell though, we separated out the homepage. Previously, we couldn't really tell how many people were coming from the homepage to a particular news story that might be in, SOC, as opposed to and if the page was also on the SOC slider, we couldn't differentiate.
Mhm.
Now you can do that.
Yep.
So Maggie's got good data on an SOC story and how well it did on the AU homepage as opposed to a big bucket where she can't tell how much came from the SOC site. So that's gonna help her make editorial decisions.
Yep.
But I'll note the other.
Yeah, that's a good point. And in fact, I've worked with,
Brain thing
I've worked with a ton of sliders and bunch of different schools, and most of the time they want to see the content, but I always get that question as well. And some sliders are set up a little easier to track that. We could track it both ways, probably, but we'd have to put together some kind of dashboard so that it wasn't a nightmare to look at the data. You know?
And also, the schools are set up where it rotates through. Maggie
Yeah.
is a unique case where right now it doesn't do that because the house ad to the right of the slider rotates. We are tracking accurate data on that, but, so you actually have a different display now.
Mm-hmm. That is one of the biggest challenges with a project of this scale, is trying to track things consistently across multiple different college homepages that might have variations. So you'll see a couple of different instances of that, I think. Other things that events are really good for, it's fantastic, especially the way we're doing it, for something like this, like an events calendar, that's dynamic. So you guys are changing that on a regular basis. There's new events coming up, news feeds, things like that. We've actually got this set up in a way that no matter what you put in there, it's going to track. So, and it'll actually pull out the name of the event that was clicked on. So there's a lot of benefit to doing that way. And speaking of house ads, what a great thing to track with event tracking. I think some of you have in the past used campaign tracking, which is adding the little UTM parameters to the end of the URL, so you could at least get some tracking information on how many people were clicking on those house ads. We're tracking those with the specific event tracking now, so it doesn't overwrite your session, so we can stop doing that. Make sense? So this is just a brief example of what we have set up on your site. We also have your whole footer set up with tags. We have the homepage of your main website. Everything that happens on that page is tracked. And we have the homepage of every one of your colleges. Everything that happens on each of those pages is tracked. So everything within the, the event, admissions and info box?
Yes.
I got it right this time. The admissions and info box on the right side, we're tracking all of those URLs and links. If you change those, we're going to continue to track them. Anything on your home pages below the slider that you're putting in that content and all the different widgets, those are all being tracked with the exception of Facebook widgets. Any of those widgets that come in, we're looking at them from Tag Manager's perspective, from Google's perspective, and they're just kind of a black hole of code. We can't actually get inside to what's being tracked there because they're those embedded widgets. Otherwise, everything's tracked. Okay? So what does it actually look like, and how do we understand what it's going to look like in your reporting? The cool thing about events is those three facets that we use primarily, the category, the action, and the label, they really don't mean anything. You can label them whatever you would like, and they can be any kind of strategy that you'd like. Versus like campaign tracking, there's already referral information coming in, so we want to make sure that our medium matches a medium that's already coming in. But these, we have a lot of liberty to play with. So you could set this up. This is an example of a homepage slider of different examples of see if I can explain what I mean here. Perhaps you want to set this up as a category of slider and an action of homepage, because we want to make sure that everything that happens on the homepage we can run against each other, and a label of MFA because it happens to be that's what the program is about. Or you might do it the other way around. You could do a category of homepage, you could do an action of slider, and maybe the label is in that instance slide 3. So there are different ways you can set up this strategy. The way yours are set up and the way I recommend we set them up is down here in the bottom. And this is using Tag Manager, and it's dynamic. That's why it's going to be better for you. So all of the things you have are going to have a relatively stationary category. So in this case, it's called homepage slider. A lot of these you'll see are going to be stacked though. So like there might be a homepage slider, and then there might also be a homepage dash nav or something like that. So that everything you can go in and search by, show me categories that contain homepage. And you can look at all your homepage wrapped up. The action across all of yours is going to be the URL of the page that the thing happened on. Okay? All of your actions across your entire website is the URL of the page that the thing happened on. Whatever the action was, whatever that event was, it's going to be the URL of that page. And then a lot of times your label is going to be either the inner text, which means the word that was clicked on, or it might be the URL of where it was clicking to go off to, depending on the way each one is set up and what's going to give you the most value. And again, those things are going to be dynamic. So a lot of it, if you change it, it's going to still track. That's the idea, is to put you guys in as good a future-proof situation as possible. All right? Does this make sense to you guys? This is a little bit in the weeds. Yeah.
Could you, so let's say these things, the tracking data is now in the CMS templates for our home pages, right? So if we do something like we're going to add a new quick links element on our home page, then we should talk to OIT about getting this adjusted, right?
Yep. So what it's actually doing is it's using this thing called Tag Manager, which I'll show you guys. You're probably going to hate me after I show it to you, but I'll show you how it works. But basically, if there's like on one of the college homepages, those widgets exist already, and they all have basically IDs, div IDs. Tag Manager is going in and pulling from the div ID. So if you were to put in a brand new div ID or change it out and put something that it would break it. But if you were going to change the links within the existing little widget that's on there, you'd be fine.
Just so you know, you wouldn't send that request to OIP yet. We haven't figured out how we're going to
Okay. But we should be aware of that and not change our home pages without doing something.
without letting.
Just know you're going to break it. We've already had to update a couple. Yeah.
What is the label intertext? What is that?
Anything you see with those little squiggly lines around it is going to be called a macro. I'm pulling this out of Tag Manager, which again I'll show you in a couple of minutes. But basically what that is it's a macro I have set up that it's whatever the actual text is that's highlighted in the link. So like if it was the nav item, it'll pull through the word that the nav item is. Or a lot of times we see like read more though, because that's what you've got highlighted. In that case, I would actually probably instead pull through the element URL, which is the link of where it's going to. So you'll see one of those variations. I've tried to do it in a way though, so when you're reading the reporting, it's just going to make sense. Hopefully. That's the idea. Other questions? Cool. So you guys can see that at its root, events are pretty basic. They've got these 3 elements that you can play with and you can build a whole strategy. If you're not using something like Tag Manager, you're going to want to go through. This is actually some old tracking from our old website. You're going to want to through and make a list of it so that you can keep track of it. Tag Manager keeps track of it all for us though, so we don't need to do that. But you can see how like there's a couple of variations where we might have contact email and contact email J. So we vary just a little bit based on some of those differences. There's a lot of really cool things you can do with goals. Or not with goals, with events. The reason that we spend so much time setting these things up is because you can look at them in their own. You can use them for goals, which we'll talk about in just a moment. You can use them in something called custom segments, advanced segments. And this we'll talk about a little bit probably this afternoon. We might actually get to it before lunch. And so you can see, let's say you wanted to create a segment and only look at visitors to your site, users of your site, that actually clicked on a video and watched it. That'd be great, right? If you're the one that made that video and you want to see how it's actually converting on your website. So you can go and set that segment up, set it up based on the event, and then go through and see, okay, what type of people, where are they coming from, are the people that tend to like to watch this video? What other pages did they look at? And did they convert on any of my goals? Like, how great is it to be able to tie through this video that we created to the fact that 3 people hit apply after they watched the video? We can do that with the way it's set up right now. Okay? Yeah?
Can we also have it so that we can just see like all of the 13 different videos we have
Yep.
active now, because they're all tagged in some sort of consistently generic way that we can.
Yep. Yep, we can pull through all of the videos that are out. In fact, some of your reports, you have 3 dashboards on all of your colleges right now. You have one that is about your goals that we'll talk about more. The one that I mentioned earlier that's like our top pages and the way people are using our site. And the last one is your homepage activity. So it's literally a list of what people are clicking on all those events that I just told you about on your homepage.
Will we need to, like, say, like, some sub-site in one of the schools add the YouTube embed? happen? Do we need to have them do something specific, or will it automatically?
The YouTube embeds will automatically start tracking. Yep. Yep, there's enough macros and tools set up that it'll look for a page that has YouTube on it and it'll start tracking it. Magic, right? You see why I like Tag Manager? Can you imagine posting all of these things on your, independently? It'd be a lot of work. So this is an example of, I gave a video example. This one here is an example of people who, let's say you only wanted to look at people who had visited your alumni directory in the navigation. You could look at it that way. And then this one, I believe, is social. So maybe you want to know a little bit more about people who have engaged on your site. Do you guys have any social commenting tools? You don't, do you? I haven't seen any, like Facebook comments and things like that. You might in the iModules as well. But basically, yeah, any type of tool like that.
We have the occasional news article and some old stuff that has like the like buttons at the bottom or the share buttons.
Are they through AddThis? Some of those third-party ones, I know AddThis particularly, I can't track, but they have their own event tracking you can turn on. That's a good point. If you have other things like that you might want to have some additional tracking on, anybody? Might be worth looking at. You don't think they're AddThis? We might be tracking them then already. Yeah. So you can tell we're tracking a lot of stuff. This is an example of what it might look like in a dashboard. They're great in dashboards to see them come through the number of the events that happened, the ones that were most popular with total events, and then I also like to counter that with unique events because somebody might go and click on the same thing a couple of times. So we want to see the number of times that uniquely those things happen. So let me give you the way back way that we used to have to implement these. You used to actually have to take this code, this is the actual Universal Analytics code, and place it around something that happened. So it would actually kind of look something like this usually. So it might be an on-click or whatever it is in your code. All of those things would have to be placed. They'd have to be hard-coded. It would take your IT team a very long time, and they'd be very unhappy with me. And what that usually resulted in is we didn't do near as much, and we only did the things that were like really critical for tracking goals, and they usually were out of date pretty quick. A lot of times we would see those things happen. And then the transition from asynchronous to universal was a nightmare because the code changed. So you had to go and change all of this code as you transitioned. So we're going to put you guys in a position that you aren't going to have to deal with those things. This is an example of what it looks like hard-coded from my friends at Lehigh. This is their actual code in place on the on mouse down from the hard-coded version. They've since moved to Tag Manager as well. So that looks like fun, right?
Not really.
No? There were some shortcuts you could do beforehand, things like jQuery, where you could insert some of this code, and it would track some of these things automatically, but it would only track things like outbound links, or sometimes page sliders could get tracked that way that couldn't have been done before. There's also some cool tracking that we don't have this set up for you guys, but just something so that you know that it's something that's possible for content-heavy sites. We can track scroll. So that is something that, somebody scrolls this many number of pixels, you could definitely turn that on and say, we want to, when somebody reaches the bottom of the content, when someone reaches the bottom of the commenting section, et cetera, to see how far people are reading. So keep that in mind as you're rolling out new things. If this kind of information would be valuable, it's something that can be done. This on your entire site would provide so much information, though, that you'd probably lose your mind. I mean, you wouldn't want this everywhere.
We as a company push out a lot of content. We're an inbound marketing company. We do blogs, and sometimes we have guest blogs. And this, to this day, is the most read guest blog or blog on our site about jQuery.
Mm-hmm.
We're amazed about it because we're still like, why do people keep reading this?
People love jQuery.
Yeah.
I don't know. So let me actually jump out and show you a little bit of what this looks like as far as the events actually firing. this is an example from what Tag Manager looks like. I've got Tag Manager rolled into this whole last session though before the morning, so I'll give you kind of an overview of that in a minute. But I want you to see what it really looks like when I'm clicking around and, oh no. I'm gonna have to do this weird driving over my shoulder thing. This is my least favorite thing. Okay, so let's look at what an event actually looks like when it's coming through. I'm just gonna go into, where's my mouse? This is gonna be comedy. Maybe I can turn around. What?
You're driving blind.
I know. This is already easier, sorry about that. So I'm just gonna go into the basic all website data, and I'm gonna use something right now to show you this called real time. So usually what I can do, because I'm in Cedar Rapids, Iowa when I'm working on this, and typically you don't have that many people in Cedar Rapids, Iowa on your website, is I can come in and isolate myself.
You know who it is.
Right. I can isolate myself to just Cedar Rapids in this list, and it's a little bit cleaner. But I'm going to come into, that's Washington, D.C., right? Do you just come through as Washington in Analytics? I should make sure about that. I'm sure that is because it's the top. Okay. And then in real time, I don't recommend that you guys use real time too much because basically it's what you're looking at. It's, oh my gosh, all this exciting stuff is happening right now on my website. I actually worked for a guy at a company for about a year that would spend just a day in this. I showed him it existed, and he would just sit there and stare at it. And he would call me in every couple of minutes and be like, Becky, what does this mean? What does that mean? Well, somebody's clicking on that now. You can get really lost in it. It's not very strategic. It's cool if, yeah.
During commencement weekend, we have
Right, it's great for real-time events that are happening.
I can say, oh, okay, so we, and then I can also look at whether we're charging.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe walk of the year when you find who that person is, I noticed it there too.
Yeah, it's better for that. I use it all the time in the TV station because we would be doing a live chat over the noon hour with a veterinarian. And I'd want to see what the traffic was. Or it was actually really fun because I'd usually bring in kittens and puppies. That was my favorite days. But yeah, I mean, if you're doing something, or if you're doing a big social media campaign or something like that where there might be something actually happening in real time, fantastic, use it for that. I just caution you to not get your nose stuck in it because I've seen it happen. And then I'm also going to show, so this is all the events that are coming through literally right now people are doing on your site. So this is actually going to be a little bit harder to show you exactly my events that are coming through. So maybe I'll find a weird one. So I'm out on your website. Let me see if I can get this Tag Manager to pop up. So this thing on the bottom of your screen is something you'll probably never have to deal with, but this is the Tag Manager kind of preview tool. And what this shows me is what tags are currently firing on your site. So I can see that your regular analytics has fired when it loads, which it should. I can see that we're also firing these different link click listeners and click listeners and a form submit listener. And all those things are doing is they're listening for those things to happen. So anytime that a click is happened or a link is clicked on or a form is submitted, it's gathering that information and sending it up to what's called the data layer, and it just sits there. That's all that happens at that point, okay? I've got another tag on there basically that's grabbing that information when a certain set of parameters are met and recording it as an event. So let's take a look and watch. Like, what happens if I click on this awards link? All of a sudden, a new tag fired down here that says event on header research nav. And I've opened it in a new window so that we can still see it in one place. And then in theory, if I can find it, it will be coming right through here. So it would be under header, nav, research. So the one that I just clicked on is this top one. And it happened, so it was Header Nav Research, and it happened from the American homepage. If I click into it one more level, I can get that final look. And I can see that I actually clicked on awards versus it looks like 2 other people clicked on it from other pages and they clicked on library at the same exact time, or at least within the scope of this. So this is all happening, I think is really what I wanted to show you here. And all sorts of different pieces of this are being tracked. If I click on the read more here, it's going to kick in the homepage slider one. If I click on this promo box, we're going to see the promo. If I go and I click through here and I click on a different one or even the same one again, you'll see that this one fired again. So all of this is happening in real time in the background of people using your website, which I think is pretty cool. So all of this is being recorded. My job today is to make sure that you guys leave here feeling like you know how to access it and know what to do with all that information. So does anyone have any questions about events? I'll get into Tag Manager more. I'm sure you have lots of questions about that. But do you guys kind of understand what an event is, why we're tracking these things? Can you think of anything we could already that you would use that information for? I'm sure somebody's got something that they're like, oh yeah, I'll totally use that for this, right? No? Yeah?
I'm already using it. I look at the homepage, how it does in the slider, to see if there are any trends of which stories do the best.
Mm-hmm. Have you learned much from that so far?
Have I learned much from
Yeah.
it? I have. I've noticed a trend of stories that focus on diversity tend to do well. The Laura Bush Walk of the Year, something about somebody famous, that does well, or something like we have a professor who donated 2 of his Academy Awards to a museum recently, that did well.
Uh-huh.
So it's just, you can see the data behind what people find interesting.
Yeah, that's perfect. And it's great because you'll all have access to that information now. And I'd love in like a couple of months for you to compare. You know, this stuff works really well on the main homepage, but is it working on, you know, the other subsequent homepages and the sliders? I think that would be fascinating and give you guys more information. And we already talked about the videos, how those will be helpful. Cool. This is how computers get broken. All right. So I feel like you guys have a pretty good understanding of what a goal is, or not a goal, of an event. Let's talk about goals, and then I'm going to show you before we go to lunch how Tag Manager works. Oops. All right. So I've mentioned goals like, 20 times already today, maybe more. I don't think there's anything more important, honestly. I mean, you need to obviously get your site set up right so you can track everything appropriately, but this is the answer to why do we have a website. On a website, like I have a personal website that basically has my resume and links to Converge on it, and that's about it. My purpose of that website is so that people can find out contact information and how they can work with Converge through it, you know? So that's all I need to track, is if people are finding those things. That's a simple website. Our website gets a little bit more complicated because we have things like we want people to contact us, we want people to sign up for webinars, we want people to basically be engaged. So there's several different ways we can track that. Your website gets really complicated because you have so many different users and so many different audiences and all these different people that want to do different things. In fact, in this room alone, we probably have 30 different goals of what we want people to do on our site. So how do we make sense of all of that? We use this framework. This is the only way that we've been able to figure out to really organize your goals out into, we actually use a spreadsheet that supports this segment. I'll show that to you at the end of this set of slides. For each one of your audience, think about each one of these different things so that we can actually set up strategic goals. And I'm going to walk through this whole framework with you. So your business objective, that is going to be, I mean, you guys all kind of know what that is, right? It's probably enrollment. It's probably fundraising. What else? Does anyone else have a high-level business objective that your whole department, that is what you're supposed to do? It might be engagement for alumni, which is harder to measure, but measurable.
Relations stuff.
Community relations, sure.
So what would the objective be? More engagement with the community?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know how we would measure it, making the community feel like we're not just a pain in the neck. That
Yeah.
we're actually providing things.
Survey. Do you think we're a pain in the neck?
Yeah. A cool one to go through, right? What's that business objective? What would the goals be?
Yeah, that would be an interesting one. Maybe we should do that one up. So if your business objective is to show the community that you're supporting them, basically,
Right.
right? You're supportive of the community.
Certain services,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What kind of services do you provide?
much for their dogs to urinate. Walk around mostly, I think.
That's mostly it. I don't know if we can track that. That's pretty offline.
Yeah, but they attend, you know, this is like the edge of suburbia, so there's not much to do, so they can do stuff.
That's a great example, though, because it kind of falls into the category that it might do better instead of a goal. It might do better as a dashboard because it's probably some content on your site that we want to see if people are reading, right? Every now and then we run into one of those. So you have several different reasons that you want the website, then you want that to be the objective. But in this case, what we really want to see is, are people reading these pages? Where are they coming from if they read these pages? What else are they reading if they read these pages? So they go fill out the complaint form if they read these pages, things like that. So in this case, that one might not be a full website goal, even though it is one of your business objectives. It's a great example.
Yeah, and that's a good exercise, right? Because you put it down to this test and say, okay, what would the goals be on the site?
Yep.
How would I measure it? Who are the targets? And within those targets, how do I segment that out? Is it, you know, young people, old people, people with dogs, with bladders?
What I just did kind of mentally in that conversation was actually walk through this, which is funny because it's good to point it out. So the first question I asked was, well, what do you have on your site that they can do? And that's what this question is. And then let's say that there was something that they could do. Like let's say that you have a form for RSVP for a community ice cream social that you're doing for us. So there is something we can do. So we would say, what's our KPI? The KPI is the thing we're actually going to tie the goal to. This is the translating it to the web. So in that case, if it was an RSVP form, it would be the thank you page perhaps. Any page view that hits that thank you page we know has been a successful person coming to eat ice cream with us. We also know, because I just made you look at all that event stuff, that I'm tracking every form submission on your site. So there's an event created every time any form is submitted. So let's say your thank you page also is the thank you page you use for every other RSVP for any other event that you have for the community. We could track it on the actual form page as an event as well. So goals can be done and set up by events. Targets is kind of your goal for your goal. It's we know we're at this point and we want to get to this point. So you want to make sure that you're at least putting in a percentage increase or something that hopefully mirrors your overall business objective. And then the segments, as Jay mentioned, is really kind of what type of audience pieces are the most important for you. So no, we can't tell which dogs are older and have bad bladders, but on analytics we can tell a lot of things. We can tell geography, what city they're from. We can tell, so I'm assuming in our community involvement, most of those people are probably right here in your local community. You're probably not going to see people from all over the country. We can actually see things like traffic sources, so people who come to our website from whatever specific traffic source, whether it be Facebook or an ad or Google search or one of those things. And with Universal, we're actually able to see some demographic information too, which I can show you guys that more when we do the report tour, but it's basically like age, male, female, those sorts of things, and it's all self-reported through like social networks, and Google is pulling that information in. On our site, we see about 50 to 60% of sessions have that information, so it's not going to be everybody. But thinking about what do we know about people, and what's most important to that specific goal.
So let's do another one. Let's do one interactively. Let's say.
Let's do this one that I've got the example of.
What's the purpose of your institution? I love it.
So in this example, I'm actually going to pull on Kogod because we are right here. So if we're looking at an audience of Kogod students and we want to know what is the purpose of our website for Kogod, and in this case, we're talking prospective students. So Kogod, how many audiences do you think you really have? You have prospective, you probably have current, you might have faculty and staff. Sometimes I get arm wrestled into making that a category. What other ones would you have? What, online?
Alumni.
Oh, alumni. So yeah, alumni would be a great example too. So for each one of those audiences, we're going to go through this exercise separately, right? But what we're focused on here right away, and what we focused on in our initial goal setup for you guys, is prospective students. So if we're looking at Kogod prospective students, what is the purpose of our institution, or of our group within the institution rather, is we want to get more of these smiling faces in the door, right? In that door right over there. Is that the door that's in this picture? Or is it this one? So what do we have to do in order to do that? We need to dig in and figure out what actions on our website are actually there that we can answer this question, are they doing it? So in this case, we don't have to make up an ice cream social. We know that there's actually application links on your site and application forms that we're going to be able to track, correct? So that's pretty easy, right? Now we just have to figure out how in the world are we actually going to track them. So we're going to dig in a little bit more. We have actual submit information, so we can either track, like I mentioned on the Ice Cream Social RSVP that we made up. You can actually track the event on the submit, or you can track going off to this thank you page that I don't have a picture of. You wouldn't believe how many emails and even letters and swag I get in the mail because I fill out some of these forms to try to test these things. So I try not to do it if I can help it. I'm pretty sure that my academic counselor at Carthage really thinks I'm coming. She keeps calling me. I need to call her back and be like, stop. They did send me a cool magnet, though. So after we figured that out, then we want to talk about targets. If I were to ask you guys right now, what do you want to increase your online enrollment or applications by, you might have a number. You might not. One of the things we like to do is benchmark that, though, and at least get that information coming in. Because here's the deal. The way that we're tracking these things is probably going to be either links off to the application in a lot of cases because it's going off to a third party that we're working on getting tracked right now. And so that number is going to be obviously a little bit higher than your actual number of applications. So if you're going to tell me I need to have at least 20 a month or 100 a month or whatever it might be, it's not going to be the same number as apps. So what we want to do is benchmark it, see where it's recording at, and then say how can we try to increase this number by a certain percentage. Okay? And then finally, what segments are going to be most important for you? It's cool because I've actually got the Kogod people in the room, and you can tell me what's the most important segments for you. But some of the ones that I think are pretty important is I'm always really interested in traffic sources because we're marketers. So we want to know, is our email traffic, our social traffic, or our paid traffic delivering the best conversion on these different goals? This is just a view of all of those things, and you can layer them on top of each other like this. And you can layer them on top of the specific goal. So you can actually see the breakdown. Are you excited? We're finally looking at some real reports, right? So you can actually see the breakdown there of how many of these things actually converted. The interesting one in this example, and this isn't any of your data, this is actually example data from a little while ago, but this happens frequently, is that you see here we've got email traffic is in blue, we've got the green is the paid traffic, and the social is the orange kind of in the middle. And it's clear that, we're doing a lot of advertising and social traffic's doing well. We're not tagging that many of our emails and or not sending that many emails. But we've got kind of a nice balance between these two, between social and paid, even though paid was higher, and it might be vice versa. This is just one use case. You might see that it's not always the one that you're getting the most traffic of is converting the highest. You might find an area where you really have some advantage. We see that a lot with with certain campaigns and like LinkedIn paid media. So like adult programs do really well and convert really high on LinkedIn ads. So you can see those things. And the whole goal of this is to be able to see that and say, we're spending all this money or we're spending all this time, so don't discount the amount of time that social and email take, and they're not converting as well as this other thing that maybe we should be putting more money into. Cool? Do you guys want to do any more examples of that? Does somebody else have an example we can walk through? I'll pull this back to the, yeah.
So say, you know, when I come to you and I say, okay, that's great, we want to get more students, but we want to get more students from the great state of New Jersey.
New Jersey.
So, would we go through this whole scenario, or would you set up a segment and just track people from New Jersey?
I think we would probably do both. So basically you're saying you want to have more students apply from New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
So your website or your business objective is apply, and your segment in that case is New Jersey. So what we'd want to do is set up a report basically looking at the goal that we talked about. So apply, probably filling out an application, the thank you page or the submit button, and we'd have that goal set up, and we'd probably be looking at it in a dashboard. And honestly, we want more students, so we also care if they request info and maybe if they visit campus, all those things. So we'd put all of those goals that are relevant into a dashboard, and then we would look at it with a segment of New Jersey versus New York versus the DC area versus Maryland, all the different types of areas. That's also really good and a really good one to think about if, does anybody actually go out and recruit and go to fairs and stuff? If you are sending people to go do those things, you can look at the time range of when they've been in a certain location, and hopefully you'll see a little bit of uptick around those sorts of things from that event. Offline to online is always hard to track, but that's one that we can kind of make some assumptions about. Yeah. What else? Anyone else have a kind of a weird one that you think doesn't fit that well into this?
How about I don't know if we could do the recent one we just did for CAS, for the open house.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
people to come to the open house, they created a landing page.
Yeah, let's walk through that. So
We did it a little differently in that we used a Google form,
Yeah.
so forth.
the overall business objective there was to get people to visit, right? Come to the open house.
Come to
Yeah.
the open house.
And so the website goal was we had a form actually that we could use. And so they used a Google form and they just embedded it right into the page. And Google Forms are typically, they're kind of an oddball. Remember how I mentioned that the Facebook embedded things, we couldn't really see what was going on in them? The Google form was kind of the same deal. So we were in a kind of stuck situation in trying to track that as a goal right away because they had put the Google form on, and when they hit submit, it didn't go to a thank you page, it just popped up a thank you message. And it all happened within this thing that was a black hole to Tag Manager. So in most cases, I would say, Barbara, no problem, I'll just set that goal up for you. In this case, I said, you're going to have to change the way this form works so we can track it. So what they did is instead of making the message just pop up in screen, they made it actually go to a legitimate thank you page. And so when it went to that thank you page, we could grab that URL and set up the goal. So that became our number 3.
Maybe after the break, you could actually show them that, because that's.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can show you right now if you want.
So going through this, so the KPI would be people fill out the form.
Mm-hmm.
And Larry, you here? What? Are you guys okay with us? Our lives are an open book. Like, before we go for an ongoing test case.
This is really interesting because, I mean, we have is which track to take with the form, and then how do you work around so that you can actually record data and get good results. And
Mm-hmm.
know how many people got to your actual information page, how many people filled out the form, did they get a thank you note, and so forth. So it's a great, and we just did this
That's suspicious
last
data.
week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
love that.
And
There's
we're
something
so
suspicious
Why
there.
do we think it's
Because we don't think it's got as many hits as the traffic reports.
Yeah, the traffic report looks, to your point, suspicious.
So you guys are familiar with at least the analytics interface, right? So when you go into one of the views, which I went into the College of Arts and Sciences view because that's where our goals are set up. Obviously, we have all of the regular reporting in here. But what I'm interested in right now is showing you how it's set up as a goal. So I'm going to go to Admin. And under Admin, you'll see there's some view settings, user management, goals, right? This is that filter section I keep warning you about. Be careful in there. It's wild. So the goals that we have currently set up right now, we're working on getting some code on that Inquire, so that's why that's off right now. But right now we have the apply link. So the way that this one's set up is anything with the category of apply links, which in Tag Manager, this has rules on it. So it's a specific, only certain things are going to come through with this category that are actually going to those apply links. We have the visit link, which again is the same way. If it comes through with that category, the CAS visit link, we know that it's going off to the visit. And the one in question is this open house. So this one's actually set up a little bit differently. The other ones, you could tell I was using events. This is one of the only ones, I think, on your whole site that's actually using a thank you page. And usually I default to using events because they're already set up and it's just easier. You guys don't have to make any changes. And everybody likes it when I can just say, yes, I'll set it up versus why don't you change your whole website structure? So in this case, though, we actually had them make the change because they needed to have that confirm page. So we have our destination, and I've got it set to equals. You can see that there's a couple other options under here, though. We can do a begins with, and that basically means, let's say that this actually had a question mark and some parameters after it because you were pulling through user ID information or something like that. Obviously, we wouldn't be able to track every unique user ID that came through. So you can do a begins with, and then if there's anything that comes through after this point, it's okay, as long as it has the beginning part. And has anybody ever used a regular expression before? We got one? Regular expressions in analytics are regular expressions light. Any coders in the room would say that's barely a regular expression. Most of what you need here is, it's kind of computer talk. And what I primarily use is I use that pipe, the straight up and down line, as an OR. So you can use that in there as well. So let's say that you wanted to do this page or another page because you had a morning session and an afternoon session. We could track them together as one goal, and I would just change that to regular expression, drop a pipe in there, and then drop the other URL after it. Make sense? So there's actually quite a bit of flexibility. If you know what you're doing, you can add regular expressions to all kinds of different things. Like let's say that this page also exists not just on CAS, but also on SPA. We could do a little regular expression in the middle of it that says either CAS or SPA, or any number of those.
We've used them with one, like say you had 5 different master's degrees programs that would have kind of one ad pertaining to them, then you could do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
All 5 of those degree pages.
Yep. And the cool thing about that, what I just showed you there, you can use in your search in the actual tool too. So I'll show you that when we're actually doing the reports and things later this afternoon. So does that kind of make sense, what we were talking about from the actual goal framework and transitioning it into how a goal is set up in your site? There's a couple other ways you can set up goals, so let me pretend I'm making a new one. The two that I ignore all of this because they've added it recently, and all you really need is the custom. But if you want, you could start with, making a payment and all that kind of stuff. But all they're going to do is help you whittle down to the custom one that you need. But let's just go to custom because it's easier to explain. So there's basically 4 different ways you can set up a goal. The destination is the one that I just showed you. And it's got the URL destination, so we know it's this specific page or this specific set of pages equals the thank you. The event is the other one I showed you a couple of. You guys are experts at events now, you know what they are. You can set that up based on any of those 3 parameters. So it might be, it could be a video play on a specific page. You could track all videos. If you wanted to restrict it to a specific section, you could say only videos that played in CAS, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And including down to that exact label. So I can actually say this one specific link that someone's clicked on. These other 2 are more engagement. So it's duration and pages per or screens per session. The screens just refers to mobile because all of this can be used on mobile apps now. And the duration is the number of minutes or seconds that somebody spends. You can count it as a goal when they hit that thing, or the number of pages per session. Typically, I don't recommend you use these unless you're running like a content site. These are great for news sites, for blogs, for things like that. We have one set up on our site that's number of pages per visit based on where we see people kind of dropping off in our traffic. But normally in higher ed, we don't use them. Any questions on that? Ooh, it's mad at me. So since these goals are all set up here in the actual reporting, all of the different things that you would see about goals, first you would see it in your dashboards, which we'll look at in depth in the afternoon. But down here is the goal reports. And a lot of you probably haven't played in these very much because you probably don't have goals set up and they're all zeroed out. But this is where you can see the number of goal completions for the time period that you have selected. All of it's up here based on whatever time period I'm in. So I'm in the first 13 days of March. Total number of completions. If we had values, we don't have dollars tied to these because it'd be really, really funny money at this point. It's easy if it's e-commerce, obviously. Not easy if it's this. We can see the number of people of each of these different ones that have done. So we've seen 42 completions on that open house so far, and I think that was what we were talking about was a little bit suspect yesterday. We're trying to make sure that that looks like a reasonable.
Why is that suspect?
Is that because of the number of people in terms of the page views of the actual?
Yeah, what were we worried about?
It was a really high bounce rate, right? It was like a 95% bounce rate.
Also, one of the URLs that was tracking,
It's different reporting we're looking at now than yesterday.
Because I agree, this doesn't look suspicious. But we were looking
This
at-
on its own doesn't look suspicious. We were looking at some of the dashboards yesterday and we were seeing some weird URL things, so we can follow up on that.
Yeah.
What's really cool in this view, though, is that you can flip over to the source and medium and see from what's coming through as far as goal completions right now from CAS is that we're seeing Google Organic as our number one. Google Organic and Direct None are almost always our number one and number two. And that's just user behavior. I mean, think about what you do. Most of the time, you're probably just going to find what you want, especially if you're going to, now that I've read a couple of things on your site and then I'm really interested, I'm going to come back and apply because I'm already down a little bit down the funnel and I know you. So we see that very often. You guys have some things in here that are still tagged, though, like this web, the email, and the text link that are kind of interesting. So we'll want to figure out what those are in real life and if you want to track them or not that way. And then there's a couple referrals too. So officialpayments.com has referred at least 11 people to convert on goals. That's great information to know. Now we know that, and that's only in 13 days. So something on that site is driving people at a very, not a huge high rate, but at a reasonable rate to come through and apply or do something on your goals. Any questions on goals while I'm still in the tool? Don't worry, guys. Lunch is soon. I'm going to stress you out just a little bit more, though, with Tag Manager before we're done. Oops. Just so you guys know, we have done a ton of work, and these documents all exist, at least getting to the high level of going through and mapping this out on a higher scale. So that little blue document that you saw with the five different rows, this is what it looks like at scale. And basically what we've done is we've gone through all of the different groups that we can think of. We've got prospective undergrad, we've got prospective grad, and then undergrad we have each of the colleges that we were looking at. And this actually goes on quite a bit longer. So all of this has been thought through, and this is the result of what you have as your starters. But we can certainly talk about if something's missing and if you'd like to see other things. All right, so let's talk a little bit about Tag Manager. I'm going to start back at the beginning of what this tool is. I like to think of it kind of like Mario. I like to think of it like a warp, or even just going through this little pipe, and you're all of a sudden in a different world. it's amazing to me because as somebody who's trying to come in and help you guys, it basically is a little container code that looks pretty similar to the actual Google code that I showed you earlier, the code that goes on every page of your site. Instead of placing that code, you're going to place the container code. And the container opens up that pipe or that warp to me, to Barbara, to whomever else has access. No? Not yet? All right. Let me know if things come up as you're kind of digesting this. I know we went through a lot this morning, and we're going to go through a little bit more this afternoon. And really, I don't think that the schedule will hold 100% tight to. I think we're going to wrap up a little bit earlier. And really, the idea this afternoon is to make sure you guys feel good and make sure that you have the information that you want. You understand all of your reports, all of your dashboards for all of your specific schools. So we're going to go through each one of those and show you some of the data. Some of you will, as you'll see everybody else's as well, answer questions, dig in a little bit deeper, hopefully teach you guys how to work with these reports. So, but we're going to start with campaign tracking and dashboards. I do have some slides to talk through that quickly. And then I do hope to try to get to this report tour and showing you how to use advanced segments. Advanced segments are going to be kind of the key to digging in a little bit deeper and understanding your reports. So you'll like them, I promise. So let's start with campaign tracking. So we've talked a little bit already about different traffic sources. Obviously, I'm a big fan of them. I've mentioned them 3 or 4 times as things that we want to make sure we're looking at. And really, you start with these overall channels. And they're broken down into organic search, which everybody knows what that is, right? Google is by default going to track 20 plus different search engines from all over the world. So you're going to end up with some that you've probably never seen before from other countries, but you're also going to see Google almost always as your biggest, Bing and Yahoo in the United States primarily. Direct traffic, that is when somebody comes directly to your website. Exactly what it sounds like. They type in your URL. They might have it bookmarked. The asterisk on direct traffic is that whenever any of these other things are broken for some reason, and Google's like, I don't know where it came from, you're going to go into the direct bucket. So your direct is always going to be, direct and organic are usually number 1 and number 2 on your highest traffic sources. And that's not because everything's broken. It's because a lot of people come directly to your website. We also have referrals. We talked a little bit about this in a couple of examples so far, but that is basically there is a link on another website that is going to your website. And so they followed you through to that link. That is why you see a lot of things like self-referrals, because it's a link from another website. Social media, we're all on social. Google has updated this report in the last couple years, mostly because all the social media managers out there were screaming for something a little bit better to prove ROI on what they were doing in the office. How many of us work on social? Everybody does a little bit almost, right? So this is going to be a bunch of the popular social networks. Pretty much everything that you could imagine is going to be on that list. So all of the big ones, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, even Google+. Which, is that gone yet? I saw the announcement they were pulling the plug.
It's going to.
It's starting to go away. I actually use parts of it. Like the groups on there for like some of this technical stuff are great. That's the only part I'm going to miss though.
Hangouts are going anywhere.
Yeah, they're transitioning them, right?
Yeah.
Which, do you guys use Hangouts? I'm just curious. Yeah? I use.
For one of our shows, one of our radio shows, we use Google Hangouts live broadcasts and video.
Has it worked okay?
Yeah, we got 100,000 followers.
At one time on the
No, over
feed?
the course of a year.
Oh, okay.
That's out of 2.4 million listeners, but
Huh.
it still grew pretty rapidly.
Yeah, that's great. I've only used it one time for something like that, and it was a presentation I was doing in a different city, and that's what they wanted to use, and it broke up like 3 times, and it was awkward and awful.
It's done well for us.
Good. Maybe we'll have to try it again. I digress. So social media, a lot of that's going to come in automatically. You used to have to tag those things specifically in order to make them come through, but in the last couple of years, they've changed it. So it's a little bit more like the organic search, and the referrals from Facebook, for example, will end up showing up in here. paid search or display is exactly, again, what it sounds like. If you're doing any, basically the CPC and the PPC, you're seeing down there, that's cost per click or price per click. So that's things where you're paying for the number of clicks that people are doing from an ad, usually in search engine marketing, so the ads that show up next to Google. You can also pay for, some different networks will allow you to pay that way as well. And then there's display, so that's when you see the little image, and you click on the image, and usually you're paying per impression on those instead of on the actual number of clicks. Both of those two things are going to come through in this kind of bucket, though, under advertising. And of course, depending on how those are tagged so that it all comes through clearly. And then finally is the campaign piece. And that's what we're going to talk about a little bit right now. Does anyone know that they're using campaigns? We already asked that, right? We have at least 1 or 2 people that we know we're using campaigns? No? What about the UTM _ tracking? If I call it that? I know some of you are using it because it's in your analytics. Maybe not in this room, but somebody's using it.
That was a tool that Rico built a long time ago and helped.
Oh, you had something like pre-built?
And we actually used it, this was days before I came to that first training with you, which is how we realized we were actually tracking the wrong way.
Right.
But Maggie continued to use it for a while in the house ad area.
Right.
And so we've pretty much we've
I got
now
that.
abandoned,
Yeah.
now that you've done
I
your
was
campaign.
using it because we were trying to see if we needed to keep using it, right,
Mhm.
when we switched over. But then
Yep.
once it's clear, because you can tell by the URL, you see it, like, oh, that's that ad.
Yep.
For the second. So I don't use it anymore, which
And I
is good.
And I think
Yep.
in some cases we were using campaign tracking, we should have been using event tracking and so forth. So I think we're gonna need to go through and
Yeah.
who those people are and make sure that.
Let me clarify the difference a little bit more, because some of you might be using it and not realize that you're using it. So actually, I'm going to skip ahead 1 slide. So when we use campaign tracking, the idea of it is that we want to use this URL that's appended with these little campaign sources at the end of it, whenever you're outside of your website, linking into your website. So you want to use it for things like social media is great, advertising is fine, email is great. I have RSS feeds automatically linked up with it so that it pulls through what people are clicking through. Anybody still use an RSS feed or RSS reader? They took away my Google one that I loved, and I never replaced it. What?
Feedly.
Feedly is yours? Social media is just kind of taken over for that for me now. And all I ever look at on Facebook is just articles and my friends' babies, I guess. It's great for email as well. That's the other one that really you should be tagging up all of your emails. How many of you do email marketing on a regular basis? Or at least your schools do? Yeah? How many, and none of you probably know that you're tagging it?
And a couple people here are from admissions and they're doing it.
Okay. So that's amazing. That's what needs to happen. So this is what the thing looks like. This big ugly URL up here on the top line. And you can see it's got all of these different, I wish I had a laser pointer. I'd be really nerdy about it. So you see it's got this little UTM source equals Facebook. You can read this. It looks like crap, but you can read it. It's not that hard to understand. Basically what those things line up with is down here below in this builder where you can plug them in. There's a bunch of different builders you can use to do this, or if you want, you can just edit the thing up here and get right to it. But you basically put your URL that you're going to into the link. You said you had a tool for this already built?
Well, there was a tool built that, it's actually, it was in CP Tools and was built to work within the CMS.
Right, so basically it lets us generate redirects, URLs with this information.
Okay. Does it actually add a redirect to it, or does it just append the info to the end of it?
It creates a redirect and appends the registry.
Huh. Okay. So you might be able to use that tool as well for this. Maybe, maybe not.
Francesca would really need to answer that.
Let's recommend that you use the free tools that are on the internet, just in case. So this is an example of one. It's called Ravens Tools. And then this one down at the bottom is another example of, if you just go into Google though and Google campaign link builder or URL builder, it'll bring up the very first thing. And it's a free tool. You pop in the URL that you want to send your people to. Again, remember, from offsite to your website. And then you can pick the campaign source, the campaign medium, the campaign name. There are these extra elements here, the campaign term and the campaign content. This is primarily used for AdWords when it's linked. You don't need to use it. It's just an extra field that one uses. And the content is something, you could use it to differentiate ads, for example, like the example here. I've never seen anybody who actually uses that level of data. I haven't worked with anybody. So I recommend using the top two and the bottom. So the source, the medium, and then the campaign name. It's interesting because if you remember looking at some of the reporting before, you noticed that we looked at traffic source, and you would see it come through as source/medium. It's the exact same thing. What you're basically doing is overriding whatever that would be and putting in the custom thing that you want to show up there. This UTM parameter is in the URL up there, is passing it directly to analytics and saying, this might look like it's referral traffic, but really we're going to call it social and lump it in that bucket. Or this might look like direct traffic, but really it's coming from an email. So we want to make sure that it's being tracked that way. Does that make sense? And that's why it's so important that it should be from offsite coming in. Because if you're using it internally, like on this house ad here, which I know you guys were doing in a couple of places, and I'm still seeing it throughout some other parts of your site, and it's hard to reverse engineer where it's coming from. If you're using it inside the site because you want to know how many people clicked on this, let's say somebody came to your site from an advertisement that you paid money for. We know that they came to the site. The referral information says, I'm from XYZ ad. Then they click on this. It's going to overwrite with whatever this is, and you're going to lose their actual referral information. And then maybe they go on and they do a goal later on in your site. It's going to look like they just came through this instead of they came from the advertisement. See why this is a bad thing? So this is an example in the reporting of what it might look like. I believe this is actually your information. Am I right? Did I update? Yeah, I did. So this is some of the ones. I know that you're using some right now because I can see them coming through in your analytics. So I don't know if anybody knows what any of these things are offhand. Yeah.
I can tell you 4 was the original house ad promoting the Windows Success Suite.
Okay. Cool. So we have at least one example of one that now that we're using event tracking on, we don't necessarily need to track that way anymore because event tracking does not overwrite the referral information. It just adds to the session the fact somebody clicked on it. What else? Does anyone else see any more that they recognize?
Number 2.
What's that?
That's our grad app, and since it's off-site, we had no way to, since it's outside of our domain, we had no way to track it without doing that.
So is that coming back into your domain from offsite?
No, that's going out to Recruiter, so that's how we track it.
How are you doing that? Must be through a series of redirects, right?
So this is the redirect tool that Barbara was just talking about. We
Uh-huh.
have this redirect tool that will set up tracker code, and so that lets us know that happened instead of just an exit.
I'll have to look at that a little bit closer because that's probably why it must have the redirect requirement because otherwise I don't know why. You know what I mean? I asked you, are you sure it needs to have a redirect added to it? That's probably why. Right. We don't have to do this anymore either because we're tracking everything that goes offsite by automatically. And honestly, that's probably inflating your sessions.
Right, but we just didn't have any other options.
Right.
We didn't have people going to our applications.
Okay. And that's pretty important that you know. I'm not trying to scold you. I just want to understand where they're coming from. Any other ones that you guys recognize that we might be able to get rid of? Yeah.
Number 6, we have a little promo spot on a lot of our pages, which leads to an event page.
Uh-huh.
So we can get rid of that.
Cool. Let's make sure we are tracking it and it's in a consistent place. Is it like that little, like the top right thing that pops up? Because that's not always there, right? Okay, so that may or may not be tracked. It's there right now. Let's double check and make sure that it's recording in that session. Anyone know what website is? No? as we get this cleaned up, it's going to be a little bit easier for you guys to dig into your actual information. The idea is, though, that this will start to look like things that you guys know what they are. And really from a campaign perspective, I love that some of them are already using things like the CAS in there. So I would recommend that you probably use your acronym for your school whenever you're doing this so that you can go in and up at the top of this search, only show me the ones that say CAS so you don't have to dig through everybody's. So as long as there's one kind of piece of that that's consistent across all of your campaign tagging, you can break it out and see it a lot better. So what are these 3 things that you really need to use, and what should we use in there to be consistent? So the source is going to be kind of the brand name. Actually, let's start with Medium. They list them in the opposite order in your in the way that the tool works, but I think it's easier to start at the top. So if we start at the top in the Medium with the bucket, this is the big bucket of where things fall into. So email, social, the CPC, PPC, or display, anything like that. The more consistent we can be as a university on keeping those things all tight, all lowercase, not using a dash in email, those sorts of things, the more we can keep those consistent, the cleaner it's going to be and the easier it's going to be to look at it at one level and say, across this entire university, is email doing better for us or is social doing better for us, right? So, yeah.
And this would be something that we could teach at a meeting that happens once a month with all the content publishers.
Yeah.
That we start to develop that, make sure we start consistently.
Yeah, this is hard. This is hard to do on a big scale.
Might it be useful to do more subdivisions of categories, like say newsletter emails being different than marketing emails?
That's a good question. At this medium level, I would keep it really high level because the medium is going to line up really closely with the channels that I showed you a couple slides ago. So you want it to be close to the channels. The source is where I would break it out. So I would start with email, and then I would say maybe it's newsletter or the specific name of the newsletter. You saw how I had the events kind of broken out with like CAS dash this dash this. We can put together kind of a strategy so that you always know, start with the college slash or dash newsletter dash. Maybe, do you have lots of different types of emails that go out that we could break out?
Probably in the moment, but like we have one that goes out once a week with events and one that goes out once a month with newsletter.
Right. And you call them both newsletters internally?
No, the newsletter and a bullet, but that's not.
Okay.
But we can name it however we need to here. And then is it something we would do like January 2015 newsletter? Or should it be all the newsletters so we can group them all together?
I would use the facets to do that. So I'd start email, and then I'd say specific newsletter. So maybe it's your events newsletter. And then in the campaign field, that's where I'd put in, like, here's an example of where putting the data in might make sense for this alumni, whatever it is. I really do for newsletter type things like putting the data in there. The idea is that each one of these facets are similar to the events that we looked at. You can search your reporting and make segments based on any of them. So if you're looking at all of your reporting and you want to say, show me all of the things that people came in through email have done on my website. Have they done these events? Have they done these goals? We can set it at that level. Or we can set it at the next level down and say this specific newsletter, but all of the newsletters that have ever gone out under this newsletter type, what are those people doing on our site versus a different type of email? Or specifically this one email from this specific date, what are these people doing? So if you break it that way, you have a lot of flexibility. That's a great question. Any other questions on this? And Barbara, we can talk about how the best way to roll this out so that everybody's on the same page. There are some things we can do with filters to override it if somebody consistently will not do it. But otherwise, we should be in good shape. You'll do it though, right? Because you want to have good reporting? Yes, we'll do it. So let's walk through at least one example. This is an example from Converge University and our admissions page. So this is a link to a video that I'm working on. And It's the first video of a series, and I'm going to post about it out on Facebook. And it's for my long overdue 2013 fall campaign. It's very exciting. Isn't it nice that there's at least one slide that I didn't have to update in a little bit of time? Because this has actually been consistent. So how would I tag this? I would start with a medium, even though it's second on the list, and I'd say, well, I know I'm putting it on Facebook, so I'm going to put it in social. I'm going to post this link on Facebook, so my campaign source is going to be Facebook. Down here, I'm actually calling this whole campaign the Fall 2013 campaign. And then I'm actually going to use the campaign content on this one. You don't have to, but it's something that you could do in this sort of situation, and call this one Video 1. So make my URL down here in the gold source, and that's the URL link that I'd grab and go put on Facebook. And then anybody who clicked on that link, it would show that they clicked on this. Instead of just they came from Facebook, they were interested in this one specific post. So I can start to look at my Facebook posts and see, well, this seems to be driving more people to actually come to my site and convert versus the language on this one. So what would I change if I wanted to post that same exact video to Twitter? Yep, I'd take the source and I'd change that out to Twitter. What about if I wanted to send it out to my email newsletter? What would I change? Yep, I would take my medium and I would change it to email, and my source to whatever newsletter I decided I was sending it out to. Okay, so what if I want to do 2 weeks go by and we produce our second video, and we're going to put it back on Facebook? You guys are pros. Yeah.
So then can you take that really big, long, awkward URL you have there at the bottom and throw it into something like Bitly and it stays the same, or as far as your tracking? Okay.
Yep, you're absolutely right. All these things do is they just condense it. We use Hootsuite all the time. Bitly's fine. The Google URL. Google URLs actually add their own tracking, which is interesting. I know some of you guys are using that right now because I've seen it in your event tracking, the Google shortened URLs. So you can definitely use all those things to shorten it up. The nice thing is, at least in social media, a lot of them you don't need it anymore because, like Facebook, it'll just pre-populate the link and then you can pull the ugly link out and it won't show. But especially in Twitter, you're going to need to shorten it because you don't have that many characters. Plus, people don't like to be tracked. People see that and they're like, ew. Although you guys have all seen those before, right? On the web, and you kind of know. This is just a note to say that we do need to make a plan, and it's nice to record it. I've seen the giant Google Docs work. I've seen as long as we just have a standard, here are the things you pick from. Usually that is enough. Sometimes a big document like this where you only have a couple of things you can pick from and drop-down menus is nice as well. So whatever this plan is that we decide to solidify, we should all try to make sure we're using it though, okay? So a couple of best practices around this. Do not use it within your site. We see this all the time. Campaign tracking is something that is easier from a marketer's perspective to implement because all you have to do is change the URL, which most of us have access to edit, versus actually going in and getting event tracking set up on the site. So a lot of times people are like, well, we just need to track it. And so they do this. But like I mentioned earlier, it's overwriting all of your referral information. Not a good idea. This one probably should have an asterisk next to it, but always tag your links. The more consistent and the better we can do with this, the better your end data is going to be. One of the reasons that direct traffic is so high is because a lot of people don't tag their emails, and when people come from emails, it shows up as direct because there's no other referral information. So we want to make sure that your different sources are all getting the credit that they deserve, because otherwise you can't make really good decisions, right? Automating this when possible through tools like the ones that you guys had set up, or perhaps there's another way we can automate it going forward. Or maybe just all of us remember what those 5 different options are. So automate it whenever possible. You guys use, for email newsletters and things, what do you guys use?
Constant Contact.
Good.
Emma?
Oh, you do? They were one of our conference sponsors last year. Do you guys like it?
Yeah. Great.
Did you start using them after the conference, or were you using them before?
But I did talk to them
that's cool. They're in Nashville, and we had our conference in Nashville, so they have really cool offices too. Most of those tools like that, the third-party ones, like Constant Contact, MailChimp, I believe Emma, have a checkbox that you can just go say, turn this on, and it will automatically start doing this on all of your emails to your website. Oh, it's wonderful. It's the best thing you can possibly do. So turn it on if you can turn it on and automate it. If you can't automate it, try to put at least some kind of process in place so that it's not the hardest thing in the world and the end of the world to manage. And then, of course, coordinating and being consistent. What we want to do is look over time, and a year from now be able to go in and say, let's just look at all of the emails and how the email traffic is performing. And we don't want to have to say email with a lowercase e, pipe, email with a big E, pipe, email, dash, mail. We don't want to do that. We can, we don't want to. So the easiest thing to do is to try to be consistent across the board here. I do want to hit a couple of caveats on this, though. Keeping in mind that this is not an exact science. Campaign tracking is full of human error. It is full of, it's code trying to be as close to understanding human behavior as possible. So there's going to be some things. This holdover effect is basically the idea that if somebody comes to your website through a campaign tracked link, so let's say they come from an ad, and then they hang out on your site a little bit, and then they leave. And then they come back the next day, and the last time they were on your site, the session referral information in their cookie says it came from this ad. Google Analytics automatically tracks it as being from that ad again. Because instead of direct, it's attributing it to the last actual referral information that it has. So if you're comparing this to your numbers from your advertising, they're not going to be 100% one-to-one, and we know that, and that's okay. It's also not the same thing as a click-through rate. That's going to be a little bit different as well. So we're kind of looking at some kind of similar but different metrics. Does that make sense? I don't know. I think that's usually one of the first questions I get is, I think my advertising agency is lying to me because I'm looking at this and they're doing this, and they're not. Well, I don't know them, but they probably aren't. I know yours isn't. But you just want to kind of keep in mind that they're different metrics. Okay? Questions on campaign tracking, that one's actually asking you guys to do something. So I want to make sure that you guys all understand that before I move on.
Becky, do you want to talk about view-through rate for a minute?
View-through rate?
Like, so Google Analytics, it sounds like we're just asking Ashley, doesn't view-through?
Nope, it's going to be a different type of tracking than that. Do you want to talk a little bit about what that is?
Yeah, so when we're advertising online and we use a third-party ad server, for American University, we use Mediaplex to upload our ads and serve them on other websites. And when we use a third-party ad server, we track impressions, clicks, and conversions. With the ad server, we can track how many people saw the ad, never clicked, but then converted. Google Analytics can't do that. So as a lot of people don't click on ads, we want to make sure that we're still tracking those view-through conversions.
So meaning they came back later, right? So that they didn't necessarily click and go, but they saw the ad maybe that afternoon, maybe a few days later, I don't know how long.
Maybe
you
30
said
days
for-
later.
Right, and then that they came back, and we still attribute some action to, we know that someone at least that we served the ad to. But
So
Google
they've
Analytics
had the
did not
impression.
track.
It had the impression, but Google Analytics never, found that person because they never clicked, basically.
Right. For this to work, an actual click has to happen from that site to your website. So it's not going to pick up something like that, which is great because it just gives us more metrics that we can kind of pile in together.
And the only way for view-through, if you clear your cookies religiously, then view-through won't work, but most people know that's how you see it.
Right? It probably uses an entirely different cookie system, right? I'd imagine it's got a different call.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, I would assume so.
Right.
And we can also identify how long that view-through window is. Higher education is a long decision process, so it could be a year that we would want to make that cookie window. But retail, maybe a week.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good point. We're not going to go all through attribution in this meeting, but I mean, we can. I can show you guys a little bit about that.
So there's actually, you can, like, there's an attribution model. Yeah, which is kind of cool too.
Right. I mean, Google Analytics, once you have a goal set up, there's the ability to pick different types of attribution models if you want to look at them. By default, analytics is set up with the most recent source. So whatever the traffic source was that was most recent that drove that person to your site is going to get 100% of the credit for that conversion. There are some different models that you can say spread it out evenly over all of the different things during the lifetime of that person. Give more weight to the first and the last. There's a lot of different models you can play with. I just want to get you guys started on looking at conversions. So I'm not going to go into that all the way.
And just as a quick aside,
Right.
we've done focus groups with students, especially undergrads, and I mean, religiously, none of them click on banner ads, none of them. So that's a great way.
But it's great to be able to say, yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But even with the conversion tracking that I was just talking about, it still has to be somebody at one point clicked on the ad. So it's still not going to pick that up. So it's good to weigh both of those metrics together and kind of weave it together and make sure that you're getting the full picture on how, especially your paid advertising, is performing. Cool. So let's talk a little bit about dashboards and what they are. I'm probably going to jump out here and actually show you how you can create one and how you can edit one and those sorts of things. You have 3 dashboards set up in each of your views right now. I would hope, let's not edit those existing ones. We'd prefer that you leave those alone for now, but if you want to create your own, I want to show you how to do that. The reason we want to keep those as consistent as possible, at least for the time being, is because if you have dashboards consistent all across your entire university, everybody's going to be looking at similar metrics, and you're all going to be able to talk about it, and nobody's going to have to you aren't going to have to keep relearning things every time you look at a dashboard. So we want to be as consistent as possible. Yeah.
And the other reason is we're creating consistent reports that we can share with the steering committee. And we are looking at schools, so we really want to compare apples to apples and keep things. So that's why we set these up as consistently as we can.
Yep. Cool. So
Don't move things around.
don't move your existing ones, but let me show you how to move everything else. So you guys are probably familiar with at least the term dashboard. I'm sure that many of you have some you've created in different platforms and things. So a Google Analytics dashboard can be found up in the top left corner under dashboards in your reporting. And they basically are a collection of up to 12 widgets that are all, this little guy is a widget, that show up the top 10 results for whatever you're querying that you can look at on a very regular basis. The idea of this is I like kind of that it only lets you have 12 and that it only lets you see the top 10 because it's making you really prioritize. It's not like, oh, I just want to see everything. The idea is you're looking at the things that you have deemed the most important. So look at that as a bonus instead of a restriction. This is just a kind of basic example. We really like using the attract, convert, delight, so we have those a lot. Attract, how are people getting to your site? Convert, how are they converting on goals? And delight is kind of engagement. Yours actually are kind of close to that, though. I've named them different things. So what makes dashboards so great? First off, you can export them and send them in PDF form. This is nice because I know a lot of you, who's reporting to other people in their college on analytics? Who's going to after today? Or is going to be tasked with it? What's really nice about this is that you can grab a PDF and send them a report, and they don't have to have access. They don't have to have the login. They can look at the information, and you can also make sure that it's exactly the information that you, it's going to sound, that you want them to see. I don't mean that you should skew your information, but you want to make it as clear and as easy for them as possible so you can go in and pull the right date range. And I don't know how many times I've had an email question that says, Becky, I don't understand what I'm looking at, and these are the 3 things I'm looking at. And I say, pull a dashboard and send it to me because I have no idea the context of what you're talking about without it. I need to see the date range. I need to see which view you're on. I need to see what goals you're looking at, etc. So it's nice to be able to give that full picture to people. You can also share them and share template links. And what that means for you guys is that there are a ton of people out there that do analytics for a living who have websites and blogs full of shareable links that you can go grab cool dashboards from. So Justin Catroni is a great one. Avinash is a good one. Krista Seaton, what's her last name?
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm going to meet her. She's presenting at our conference this year. So there's a bunch of evangelists out there who are basically creating these things. We have some on our website that I've created of great things that you can go out and download and then drop it onto your information, maybe make a couple of edits in the back end, and voila, you've got a new dashboard. There's great social media ones. There's great like SEO ones, great paid media ones. So there's all kinds of things out there you can start with. And then this big grab in behind is basically the idea that you can set these up to email on a regular basis. Some of you might hate that idea. I think it's a fantastic idea. We actually get one at our company every day because we're kind of nuts about who's been on our website, not who's been on our website, but the type of activity that's been happening around our key metrics. So when we have a record day, we know immediately, and we know what people are looking at, and we know if a blog did really well.
Popular blog is,
jQuery.
It is that jQuery one.
I don't know why.
People are looking for jQuery. Although that's written by my friend and client at Lehigh. So if anybody feels the urge to be inspired and write a guest blog for us after this on analytics,
Yeah, we would be happy.
maybe you'll be number one. Here's what Becky said, and here are all the things I didn't understand. But you see, you have a lot of flexibility with this. You can do quarterly, weekly, monthly, daily. You can pick the day of the week. And again, this can go to anybody. They don't have to be in your analytics. They can go to any email address you'd like. The tricky thing about these is that they need to be set up by whoever the login is. So I think you guys actually do some shared logins, so you might not have as much of a problem. But if I set it up for you and you need to change it, you're not going to be able to because it's all set up in my own personal login. And they all expire after about 6 months, I think, because Google's not in the business of sending things that are not going to be looked at. So basically, they make you go and re-up it every 6 months so that they make sure that you're still active with it. So a couple of caveats there. So you find them here. And let me jump out and actually show you how some of these work for a second. I'm going to break this. There's going to be tears before this is over. All right, so let's just look in the top level. And you would find all of your dashboards up here. There's going to be a set up here that are shared. And these are the ones that someone has created and clicked on and said, I want to share this with everybody else. You notice that I've also got some that are private down here. These are the ones that they all start as private as I create a new one. And then as I'm ready and I've got it worked into the place that I'm ready for you guys to see it, I'll kick it off into shared. By default, if it's in shared, that means that other people can use it, utilize the data, edit it. Be careful. Let's pretend we want to create a new one. There's 2 ways we can do that. You can either start here and create a brand new dashboard. And they give you some starters. So you could start with something out of kind of the, I think. Huh?
Untitled dashboard.
Do I have to start with that? I always make mine from scratch. Let's see if it brings in some stuff. So this is going to bring in, it looks like some, there we go, some kind of standard reports. It's going to bring in users, new users, sessions. And this is nice to look at because you can see that there are a lot of options. We can come in here and you can show maps. We're mostly in the United States, so maybe we don't care about country. We want to change this to metro area. Oh, and then I have to tell them that I want it to be the United States. Otherwise, it'd be the giant map of the world with little tiny, tiny dots. So now we can see, okay, we've got a little bit closer, that most of the, really it's all light blue, except for our little tight area here on Washington, D.C. So you can look at different ways of looking at this information. I'm actually pretty partial to the lists here because I feel like there's a lot of things that you can't restrict as well and can't get as specific in looking at something like this. Each one of these different ones, though, we could change the thing it's called. I like to be really specific with my widget titles, especially if I'm reporting up or down to people, because we want to make sure that they know what they're looking at. So if we're changing this to new users from Iowa, and then we come down here and say we've already got our new users up and we want to add a filter to this, I think it's at the region level in the United States. And I only want to show them containing Iowa. Would you believe you had that many people from Iowa coming to this one? Is it mostly me? That's not true. Actually, one of my dear friends is one of your graduates. But you can see how you can change this right here in line so that it makes sense that this is also going to represent this to other people. The other things you can do within here is this down here doesn't look like a URL, but it's basically attributing where that top widget title is going to link to. So if you want to click through and show more information from one of these, you can. Be wary, though, because a lot of the filters that you might put in here aren't going to hold over to the other reporting. So this would just go to new users, and it would be not really true at that point. If you wanted to remove it, you could just go in and take it out. It doesn't need to be there. A couple other things you can do with this is you can customize it, and maybe you want everything to be really big, or maybe you want everything to be really little. You can see there's lots of different options here. And then you can always grab these and move them around so that they look exactly how you want them to look. So there's lots of options of here, things you can play with. I hate them really little. Most of mine are, you'll see, are like 50-50, and there are a lot of lists of things. What else is important on this? Let me show you how to share them. So this one, I've got it finally prettied up, and I want to share it with the rest of my team, who all has logins. I'll come in here and just click on this share object, and now you see it popped up into this area, which of course I'll go delete so that you guys aren't confused as to what crazy dashboard I put in here. Okay, so that's great. Now it's shared with everybody who's logged in and has access to this view. If I wanted to share it as a template link, so I wanted to grab this URL and post it to my blog because this is an amazing thing, or maybe I wanted to send it to somebody else, you can do it that way. And then let's say you pulled that link down from a blog and you want to add it to your site. All you do is drop it into the URL like that. And now it's going to give you some options. You won't have this enormous, gigantic mess like I do. But I can go in here and say I want to add it back to this all website data one. And I'm going to call it Test Dashboard 2 because I've already got a regular one in there. And voila, it will add it back into your private as a new dashboard. The reason that little thing is worth looking at is because if you love the dashboards, and hopefully you do, that we created for you, you could do just that if you wanted to make edits to it and not break anything. Pull a copy of it down, re-upload it into your own thing, give it a new name, and then you could make some changes if you want to see what works there and what doesn't. That's the only way that we want you to touch them at this point, though, if you would. The other thing you can do is you can set up that email. So if I want to set this and send it to go to my personal, and I want it to go on Sundays because that just seems appropriate, and I want it to go weekly. I got to write myself a little note here. Usually what I do, though, if I am sending this to people, is I always sign my name and put my email as well, because they're going to get this in their email box every time you have it sent out, and they might want to go ask you to stop doing it or ask you to do it more frequently. And then I'll click send. So now it's going to start coming. So what if I want to change that or delete it? That's when you go back up to this admin. And underneath this personal tools and assets, remember this is personal to just my login, there is a spot that says scheduled emails. And you can see the one that I just created. So make sure you're in the view, though, that you created it in, because I've got lots of other scheduled emails going for all kinds of different clients and people, but it's only going to show me the view that I created it in. And I can come in here pretty easily and either extend it because it's the best dashboard ever, or delete it because I don't really want to get that anymore. Make sense? Any questions on dashboards so far? No?
Is there a limit to how many, like, will Google start figuring out if we have too many
Yeah, that's a great question.
custom ones?
Yes. You're allowed, I believe, 40 total, including shared and private. So you don't want to go crazy. Keeping this at kind of the 20 level is appropriate.
So each school can have 20?
Mm-hmm. But you can have different private ones. So as soon as you share it, though, it's counting against that 20. I've only worked with one school before where that was an issue. You guys might run into that just because you're doing so much sharing. So if one person goes dashboard crazy, you could ruin it for everybody. This is per view. The reason, or the thing that we did with that other school, and they actually needed more than 20. I think they needed like 50 of them. And what we ended up doing is duplicating some views because they just needed them, and they needed them to all just be automated. It was actually an alumni association that had 50 clubs, I think, and each of the clubs, they wanted to give their own dashboard that would go out on a regular basis. And it wasn't pretty, but we got it done. But I don't recommend that you go crazy. And then you can always delete up here. So that's one way to do a dashboard. Another way you could do a dashboard is from an actual report. So if I'm in my behavior reports and I'm down here looking at my all pages, and I really like this report for some reason. This is just the best report. I can go up here and add it to dashboard just directly from this, and then it'll let me pick which dashboard I want to add it to. The ones with the little people are the ones that are shared, and that's my test that's in my private, so I could add it that way. And I could say add a timeline and add a table, and then they would come in these top two things. So that's another way to do it. Sometimes it's easier to do it from the reporting you like using than just coming up with those widgets from scratch. What other questions do you guys have about dashboards? Do you guys feel like that's something that you can use? Okay, good. So what I'd like to do next is actually dive into some of your specific colleges and dashboards of what's out there and what we've set up for you. Actually, I think I'm jumping right back out of it. So let's look at what we have, the dashboards that are in place, some of the actual data, and the goals that we have set up for you guys. This is kind of what we're here for. This whole morning was just to make sure that you guys understood enough about analytics so that you could use this stuff well. So what I want to do is go through each of these. We can honestly take as long or as short a time as you want, okay? Everybody, I just want to make sure that you feel good about it. If you remember, we have our high level. We have our all website data. There are some reports on this one. We started out with wanting to do kind of overall entire website reports so that these would exist. So we started with the homepage, or the header activity rather. And the header activity is basically giving us a list of all of the things that are happening on your header across your entire university website where we have Tag Manager. So what you're seeing over here on the left side, we have like the header logo. That's the top of your website with the logo on the left side that people are using to go home. That's our biggest use case so far, is right there. You see we've also got some that are broken out with nav. In fact, the rest of this is all kind of nav. We have your utility nav, which is tagged as this good stuff up here. is our second. And then we have our specific sub-navs underneath your main navigation. So we have like admissions, academics, university life, about, all of these main pieces here. Can that go away? So when people click on any of these elements underneath, including these extra flyouts, they're all going to bunch into those categories. Research alumni. We also have something called the school nav and the school secondary nav. This matters to you guys because it's basically, and you'll see the same tagging across yours. If I go out to one of these colleges, this is your school nav in blue, and this is your secondary nav in white, including, if I go to one of these other pages, these extra things that pop up. So all of that is going to be your secondary school nav. Questions on that? So this is kind of the high level, but you're probably going, well, I really want to know the details, right? So what I've tried to do is break these down underneath with specific details of, okay, we know alumni is popular. Here are the things people are clicking on within alumni. This information exists. Barbara and I are still trying to figure out a couple of instances where, like, see, this one doesn't have this little piece right here is called that inner HTML or the inner text that we talked about earlier. And for some reason, some of these are coming through without it. Some weird use case. I haven't figured out yet exactly what it is. But we're trying to figure out exactly how to track those better for you. But you'll see this stuff all come through. You can see you've got the university life, the about, admissions, etc. And this is, again, just the 12 widgets in the top 10. If you are interested in digging in a little bit deeper, all that data is there, and we can do it. We could go in and look and see specifically, and maybe someone has an example. Does somebody have a nav example that they want to see exactly how many people are clicking on a certain nav item? That maybe there's been some debate about? No? We could do it. So that's your header activity. The footer activity also exists. You don't need to spend much time on this. It's pretty straightforward. But we've broken it into the top, the social bar, and the bottom of your footer. So we can tell who's clicking on what, where. This varies a little bit because some of your footers are different. And we're tracking the entire website. So that's why you might see things like apply and go, why? Who has that in the footer? It was somebody. Who did we decide it was? Was it It was alumni, maybe? It was somebody.
Yeah.
But some kind of different site with a little bit of a different template had it in there.
So, Becky,
Yeah.
we were talking yesterday afternoon about the issue with, our faculty profile on the CAS page, the program page, sort of that, what are you calling that, secondary header nav faculty profile versus the left-hand nav faculty profile specific to the program.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to track that, can you essentially see in one view visits
for that
for that school, right? So if you've got the faculty profile school nav for that, you wouldn't be seeing from that program page the visits. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it seems like that's something that, like Becky said in our meeting, we want user testing for that, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to tell if people were clicking there mistakenly thinking they were just seeing the psychology department faculty, or if they actually wanted to use that.
And that would also
I mean, we could tell if they just bailed from that page, maybe we could infer, but
Well,
we wouldn't be able to tell.
they have different categories. So anything in the nav will be labeled as a nav category. And then we also have within that event the specific label. So I don't believe that those side things are tagged right now, though. So we'd have to add the tagging to anything else in nav that we wanted to test, and then we could compare them, yeah.
And would you do that within a particular school? You'd have to do it in the view, not on this.
We would have to do it school by school, similar to the way that we did the home pages.
For us, the issue would be that what we want to find out is if people are clicking on that faculty profiles link, thinking it's going to be the particular department they're in, and then being frustrated that it's not what they thought, but we wouldn't be able to tell that.
No. No, you're right. We wouldn't be able to tell that.
Well, and you'd have to tag it not school by school, but program by program, right? You'd have to basically
Oh, right.
tag.
We could set.
Well,
set
we
up
could-
another thing where it was clicks on the faculty profiles link from somewhere in their anthropology department or creative writing, how many times is that?
Well, what's nice about the way these are set up, and this is exactly why I did it this way, is your action is the URL of the page it happened on.
Right.
So we could restrict based on the way the events are set up right now, and that's the way all of your school dashboards are set up, is only show me people who have clicked on the header within CAS. And then,
Within CAS,
yep, you can, whatever,
talking anthropology.
mm-hmm, yep, so we can actually do that.
So here's an example of something I'd want to put in my dashboard to be like custom thing would be like, I want to see, say, if I'm setting the dashboard for a grad admissions site,
Mm-hmm.
I want to see when people leave there and put something in the AU search box, where do they go? Because that means they're not finding what they want on our grad admissions page.
Yep, and right now your search is tracked through what's actually called internal site search in analytics.
So I used to
And I'm
do
not
that.
sure if there's an element of the
Right,
page
so what I
URL for
used to
that.
do is I made a report that was every page, next page from the AU search page,
Mm-hmm.
filtered for CAS.
Yep.
But I'd want to see what the page before that was.
Which you could pull in the page before filtered for CAS,
Right.
and we could put event tracking on it if that's
So
something you
maybe
wanted to
that's
do.
something we can workshop later.
Yeah, because that's not something, I might be able to set it up today, but that's not something that is currently being tracked that way.
Is our search being tagged on the homepage?
It's analytics actually has a feature, and if you look under the content, you can go look at site search. It's just turned on through that. So anybody who's searching anything will automatically be pulling in there. That's kind of the standard way that it usually works. I usually don't do event tracking on search because you have to do a macro to pull in what they were doing, and then it gets a little bit complicated and it's not really better. But in this case, if that's what you wanted to learn, we probably could do it that way.
Like we might want to know also just how many people who visit the AU homepage, their action is to use the search box.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I think that it actually, if we go into the search reports, I think there is an element of the URL that it happened on. So we might be able to pull that information now. I'll have to look at it. Other questions? Okay. So header, footer, and then this last one is what we're calling homepage activity. And this is the one of all of them that has a tiny bit of cleanup that needs to still happen within. But what we're seeing here, it's extra information that's coming in right now because your CMS can be real weird sometimes. So I'm trying to figure out where some of these extra little pieces are coming from that I haven't had to deal with in other situations yet. But basically what we're looking at is the slider link, the appropriately titled middle left. I'll show you what that is. So we have our slider, and anytime that anybody clicks on one of these links, this is what I've called the middle left section, is these banners right here. We can rename that. In fact, did I rename it in the actual widget? Maybe I didn't. We have our,
No, you did the admissions and things like that.
yeah, the homepage promo and events. So the things that are happening on the homepage of your website, we're tracking those things all here. Here's a list of your house ads and which ones in this time period. I'm going to actually tighten this up a little bit because I know we've made some changes. If you're looking at a report and there's something wrong with it, it's always the date. Just so you know. Always check the date first. But you can see the different things. Your wonk of the year with Laura Bush, right?
Yep.
Was doing the best so far from those. It looks like your summer link has been doing well. The other thing that you got to keep in mind with this, of course, though, is date range. So I'm sure you could tell me that some of these have rotated in and out during this date range.
Which ones are on there? The first four? I don't think the one with the UTM code. No, that is their site. So those are all in right now. And I'm trying to see.
Some of these are the things that we're trying to get cleaned up, like this hash.
Yeah, and the app one. So
Uh-huh.
the first five are on there. Anything after the App Store one that has 55, which is the magazine
Yep.
app, those aren't in there. So
Yep.
I don't know what those are.
Yep, that's what I was talking about with your CMS having some fun little additives. That, in fact, we just learned just a week ago with some user testing that this hash is whenever anybody clicks on that login, it changes your URL to a hash and it ends up doing some funky things. See if I can hold this and not break anything. So you can see why we have this information now with this house ad, that you don't need to do that UTM tagging anymore and overriding, because you can get that information right here. We also have events, so the different events that are on there. Looks like most people are actually clicking through to the actual calendar, the full calendar. Our middle left, which again has a couple of things at the bottom of it that we know aren't right. Why is that not showing the full thing? What else? And then our slider link. So all of you that have ever talked about who's getting the most clicks on sliders, this is where you can go. This is for the homepage. Each of you have this for your colleges, though, too. And we're going to look at that in a minute. So this is our overall view. And we don't currently have any goals set up in this one. Let's dive in and look at College of Arts and Sciences and kind of work through these and let you guys take a look at what your actual reporting looks like, okay? This is the only one that there's an extra one in. Barbara and I were actually going to maybe hide this one. But this is what your 3 dashboards are going to look like. You're going to have one called Goals. You're going to have one that is called Homepage. And then you're going to have one that's called Top Pages. So let's start with the top pages. So your top pages are basically some of the things that we know you guys want to know and you used to have probably in your very highly filtered, restricted views, but the things that are the most important in there. And each one of these widgets is going to be only showing the pages that contain the sessions that have visited basically the College of Arts and Sciences. So we've had, 43,000 sessions that visited Arts and Sciences in the past 13 days. This one, I'm going straight down this list. We have our top college sections. This is going to be one level down of the kind of lumping together of the different sections of your site. This is obviously going to be dependent on your URL structure. So if you have a really wonky, I'm not allowed to use that on this campus. I always say that because of my computer programmer friends, and it has multiple meanings. If you have a kind of bizarre setup of your, I'm just digging that hole deeper, aren't I? It will reflect the way you have your URL set up. So whatever you have set up there is what you will see here. Excuse me. What I think is great here, though, is that we can call out the specific admissions pages. What's nice about this is it's lumping them all together. So you see all of your admissions pages together on CAS are doing great. They're your top section. I would be interested to see how this changes throughout the year, because I'd imagine that you'll have ups and downs and flows with different things when they're popular. Anything that surprises you, CAS folks, in that list? No? You also notice that in addition to sessions, I do have things other pulled in. So in this case, we're looking at bounce rate in this section. In some of them, it'll be like % new visits. So we also have our top admissions pages. I've never met a school that doesn't care how their admissions pages are doing. So I wanted to pull that in and give you guys a little bit better look at the specific admissions pages and which ones are most popular. This is actually part of what we were looking at yesterday, isn't it?
Right, that's the second number under admissions is suspicious. Not the first one.
And is it the hard refresh part? Like
Right,
what?
because that means that we were looking at the page to make sure our recent, we use that URL to get past our server caching, which prevents a recent update from appearing. So no general user would have done that 2,000 times. We might have done it.
try to take it off, but it actually, that wasn't the right.
Oh, so it actually got, so that URL.
It got published.
Copy and pasted into some, okay.
That was going to be my next question.
So that's not a disaster, it's just kind of,
We took it off and it still worked without it,
right.
but it might have picked it up as hard refresh.
It's just something that we do, like if I email Barb and say, I just switched this, here's what it looks like
Yep.
now, then.
Yes, so it is probably real.
So then I would say the most current version. So does that mean you add those two together?
For right now, you need to,
Well,
yeah.
But the other one means that, the other one came from a more
So this is exactly what you're supposed to do with dashboards. Is you're supposed to look at them, say, that looks interesting, let's dig into it further. And if you were getting this daily, or at least looking at it daily or weekly, and you'd run that campaign, and maybe you actually did leave the hard refresh in it, you could go fix it. Sorry.
I mean, it's not physical, it's just.
Right, now people are used to seeing crazy query strings after URL, so. Can I ask one other thing?
Yeah.
Our homepage now, is it fixed so that the CAS/URL and the CAS index.cfn URL and for all the schools, are those now combined?
Do we fix that? Or is it still showing up separate? Okay, then no.
That-
No, we have not.
I think that's
It's better if it can be fixed at the CMS level, because from a SEO standpoint, it's creating duplicate content. So that's why we haven't fixed it in analytics with a filter, but we can override it if you guys tell me, no, we can't do it. But
We can also just, I don't know, I guess you guys could
I'll
notice,
take
because
that
we
for
should
the
have it
purpose.
changed, so that the file name version of the URL is in our header, so that, we should try to have one be almost 100% used. It seems like it has to be the one with the file name URL.
yep, are you guys all following that? That's a site-wide issue. So right now your index pages are showing up as a separate line item. I'm sure that you guys love that.
So it doesn't make for easy reporting
Mm-hmm.
when you want to share the one people.
Right. And we can fix it, like I said, with a filter from this day forward on the analytics side, but it's not going to fix the actual user experience and SEO issues. So top admissions pages. This widget, again, I'm still going down this left side, and for all of you that are bored with CAS stuff, that's not your school. Yours all are just like this, so stay with me. These are the non-college pages visited after somebody landed on a CAS page. So what that means is we're only showing the landing page, so somebody entered your entire website through CAS. They came in, they wanted to see CAS stuff, and not showing basically any of the pages that are CAS. So we're showing the other pages that they went to afterwards. So they came in through CAS and they said, well, what else do I need, basically? I need more information that's not on the CAS section of the site. What is that? Almost all of you are going to see this is coming through. So it's the different degrees for your specific school and homepage. And then these guys are seeing the schedule, tuition and fees, admissions information from the main school, and then we are actually clicking out because we're recording some of this apply now. So the data tall stuff is coming through here, and a couple other pieces to that puzzle. So this is nice when you can actually put together and say, there's a specific thing that our students are not getting on our college. And maybe it belongs where it does, or maybe we need to make it easier for them to find, or maybe we put a little blurb on one of our pages so that it's easier for them to get to. This one's as straightforward as it gets. Visits by state. You saw I was playing earlier, new countries and regions and all that stuff. So if for some reason somebody's working, is anyone working with a ton of international people and they'd rather have countries? So we could change that up and make a dashboard that actually shows which countries are people coming from as well. Countries and cities or regions or whatever. We have all those different facets to work with. So in this case, we've got states and also the % new sessions. So you might have the most coming from the District of Columbia. Right now, this is counting all on-campus people, though. So obviously, your % new sessions is much lower. Versus Virginia is where you're getting almost 75% of the people coming from Virginia are new within the time period that we have selected, so the last week and a half. Any surprises there, CAS folks? Are those some of your hottest recruiting areas? Probably. They are also large states. Maybe that just means that you have all hot recruiting areas. And then, of course, we have metro areas, too. There's an option for city within the different dimensions here, but I prefer metro because then you end up not having to splice between suburbs. That works fine for Iowa, where we don't have a lot of suburbs, but you guys are all suburbs out here. So putting it more in metro areas would be better. I'm going to go back up to the top. And can I get that to move over? I don't know why that's doing that. I'll make it move over. Stay there, stay there. No? Maybe I won't make it move over. Does anyone know how this works? How I can show that other row? Oh, yeah, I suppose it's gonna, I think it'll still cut off that right corner. Oh, don't move. Okay, so your top pages, this is literally the top pages in the CAS section of the site, including emissions, including everything else. So we're seeing our homepage there. We're seeing this ad of theirs is even beating out their homepage right now as far as page views. And then also you can see, though, the specific programs. So down here in the list, we might have, yes, people are going to programs, but the certificate in whatever this is, GPMD? Pre-med. And then the psych MA seems to be doing really well. So that'll give you a nice look there. The top college landing pages are, remember we talked about down a couple over here, people who came in through your site, and then what else they looked at? These are the pages that they came in on. So these are the top pages that people entered the entire website through CAS. And again, there's a couple of, obviously we're seeing this here. We talked a little bit earlier about people maybe not coming in through the quote-unquote homepage. And if we look at this, we don't see CAS's actual quote-unquote homepage down until here on the list, whereas some of their program pages are the ones that are drawing people in off the internet in places. Kind of cool to see what's popular and what's driving. Are you guys surprised by any of those? Oh yeah, look at that. Wonder how many of those. Very cool. And then these are pretty standard as well. So you guys are experts now on channel groupings. So this is going to be of the people who visited the CAS pages, what channels did they come in through? And I mentioned a lot of time we're going to see organic search at the top of that list. Your referral is actually popped up above the direct. So that's interesting. Where's our referrals coming from down below? adfarmmediaplex.com, is that you guys? Okay, so that's probably that big chunk of ads that we keep seeing coming in, right? So that might not always be the case, but you guys are running an active campaign right now, so it's cool. Good. So the referrals are coming through as that. Direct traffic we see here. Other is typically if you've got something tagged as a campaign tag that doesn't fit into any of the other buckets. So some of those ones that we saw before that were like website, or you've named it something that doesn't fit in with the flow is going to go into that other bucket, which is, again, a good testament to why we want to make sure we're naming all of our campaigns similarly, because otherwise it'll just go into other. Social media, display, email, and paid search are all coming through here. Yeah. Display is anytime you see like a med rack or a banner ad on a website. So when you actually see a visual ad that you can click on versus like a text ad that comes up in search results. You would describe it the same way, right? Okay. The next one is going to be your more specifics. So obviously we can see the breakdown there of your different referral we were looking at. Do we know what this one is? The Google syndication, is that also related to, no, something else?
Google these, like double click work.
Uh-huh.
I don't know about Google syndication.
And then we still have the CAS web and like promo banner coming through here. So that's probably some of your other that you're seeing in that top level. You can spend a lot of time trying to reverse engineer what all those different sources are, especially school by school though. So I'll leave that in your capable hands. And then finally, everybody wants to know desktop, mobile, tablet. So we have all of these different options here. This is going to be who's coming to your site, to this section of the site. But What we can do is there are ways we could look at, this is just plain device category. You could look at it like through an advanced segment of desktop versus mobile or desktop versus mobile and tablet, something like that, and see kind of lined up reports against it if you wanted to. But if somebody asks you what kind of mobile traffic do we get on our site, it's good that you would know, right? So this is a good one to make sure that's in your site on a regular basis. So this is a report that almost widget for widget is going to be on all of your schools. And we can look at more of them if you want, especially if you guys are having questions. We can look through, like literally that's what I have planned for today. But let's look at a couple more dashboards from these guys. I want to switch to a different viewer. Hold on, let me fix this on my, yeah, we can look at a different school if you want. Who else wants to be a guinea pig?
SIS?
All right, let's do it. One second. Yep. I've got all of your acronyms down really well because I've tagged everything across Tag Manager and through all of your events with it. But I still need the actual SPA. I always forget what it is, so I just call it SPA. And I feel like it's relaxing, right? So actually, let's go back out here. I don't know what I'm doing. So we have a couple in here as well. Let's look at the home page next. In fact, you notice that the top pages, so this one is here as well for SIS. But let's look at the home page and kind of take a walk through what this means. This is going to be similar to the home page that I showed you guys already. Because each one of your colleges is all tagged up too. So the thing that I showed you earlier about if I click on this, it's going to come through down here. Or if I don't hold control down hard enough, it won't do it. So you can see that it came through on that school subnav. So all of this is tagged up too, including all of this good stuff, the right links. This box is coming through as a center column. I have this one tagged up as 3 columns right now because you guys keep changing stuff and I want it to be as fluid as possible. So all of this stuff is in here. This is actually a little bit misleading because it's not an embed, right? It's just a link. If I remember correctly, it actually just opens up. So I was all excited because I thought I was going to have an embed to show you guys, but then I was like, no. So all of that stuff is working, and this is how it's being recorded. So on this left top side over here is basically your header and your footer and your school categories. So anything that happens up here, basically, including this drop down, including all of this stuff, so everything that's on the home page. This left column is also going to include this because I'm calling it kind of the school items because every one of you guys has this consistently. This is one of the trickiest parts of putting this project in place was learning all of your inconsistencies and your consistencies in your coding and your different home pages. So everybody has these pieces and everybody has the nav pieces. And then everything down here in the footer, all of that is going to be in the left column here. So we're seeing that your school subnav is doing great. Your school admissions and info box, which is the links over here, are getting clicked on, et cetera down the list. So our top nav, our school slider, anything that has school in it means that it's just for the colleges. It's not homepage specific, it's your school stuff. The header logo is still the header of the page in that top left logo. The header nav academics, that's interesting. It's actually no, admissions is on that list too. 13 people, or 11 people, 13 times have gone through and basically done this interaction in the last couple of days. and said that they actually want to go to one of these things instead. So that's kind of what that means. And again, I noticed that we have the total events and the unique events. So I said 11 people have done it 13 times. That makes sense to everybody? Okay. We have the footer and all those things. So there's a lot of information here. I wanted to give you the things that I know you care a lot about the detail of. So you probably don't care as much about what people, at least every day to look at, what people in the header nav academics were clicking on. It's just interesting to know they were doing it. If you really do care, we can dig into it. But I know that you're interested in your admissions and info box and what people are clicking on there. So your graduate admissions is getting clicked on the most, followed by degrees and majors, online programs, undergraduate admissions, etc. Any surprises in there?
The degrees and majors, that's within the box. I'm trying to remember.
Under undergraduate.
The one in the header.
Nope, it's this one right here that I've got highlighted.
Okay.
Which when you have these duplicates in here, that is going to be something that we can't tell the difference in right now.
Okay.
I don't know if that's how big a deal that is.
Nope, it just reminded me of the degrees, majors, and certificates link in the header, and I got confused with it.
Right.
But yeah, there's nothing else surprising there.
Yep. So I know a lot of you guys have gone through and tried to figure out kind of what belongs best in there. This hopefully is going to give you the real data to go, this does belong best here. And these are the things that we should be putting in this space. We also have your school top nav. So that, of course, is the blue bar and what people are clicking on there. And it looks like right now it's your fields and programs followed by admissions about. Anything in there that you don't expect to see or thought would be higher or lower?
School of Public Affairs.
You thought,
That's not on that list.
why is that in there? That is a surprise, huh? I'll have to figure out why that's coming in there.
Well, I guess it must be including the drawer. Housing is on there too. And online programs is
Hold on. Those things shouldn't be in there, though. Let me write this down. Because those are coming out of the main nav, right?
I've got it.
Do you? Can send it to me. Okay, so we'll take a look at that and figure out. And again, it's these last little things, right, from the bottom of the list.
yeah, like
It's only those.
alumni is, yeah,
Alumni is yours.
I think there should be 7 of them.
Do you have an online programs?
We do, but it's
In the nav?
Admissions and info.
Okay.
Or there's one in the drawer that's AU.
Okay.
We've had a lot of issues across the dashboards where things that, it might be that ID problem. That
Right.
Just where Hotspot is using the same ID for something else, and then it shows up in the widget that we have, and so we have to kind of troubleshoot each one. Francesco and Becky and I have to sit there.
There's, yeah, definitely some kind of wonkiness.
A lot of,
Did it again?
I swear to God, developers use that word in a different way. I'm sorry.
Good thing here.
Right. I'm so sorry. But the good news is that it's usually extra that we're seeing. Everything seems to be coming through. It's just we're getting a little bit of extra noise. So it doesn't mean that your other information is wrong. It just means that you've got a little noise that you've got to look at and go, about. But we will continue to troubleshoot those. And I will continue to try to not say wonky. You have your sub-nav too. I can't, you can't read that?
I see an arrow going up.
That is usually if somebody is on your site using a translator. You'll sometimes see this, especially if you work with a lot of international students. I certainly can't read it. You're only going to see probably 1 or 2 of them. And usually it'll be if somebody is visiting, like I said, from Google Translate or something like that. They've done that, so they're looking at your site in a different way. The reason is because you see that this is actually pulling in the quote-unquote inner text of the thing they clicked on. So their inner text had changed, basically. Make sense? I'm glad we actually had one of those as an example. So nothing to worry about. If you want, we can filter it out if it makes you uncomfortable, but I think it's kind of interesting to see. And then our school slider down here. So this is, again, the things that are in that slider and that people are clicking through. These we've also had a couple of extra noise come through on sometimes at the bottom of the list. So this I'm pulling through just the straight URLs. So your foreignpolicy.com is your number one. The SIS Career Index, a news article about undergraduate curriculum redesign. This all look like stuff that should be there. Anything in there that you're like, wow, I can't believe that was so popular?
I'm surprised that the FB article is still really popular. It's been up there for a while now.
So what kind of process goes in place right now for you guys to figure out what goes in that slider?
We have like 5 categories, and we try to have one of each until there's a special circumstance, which is every week there's one, and then we throw more stuff in.
Cool. So you're actually doing some kind of content mapping to that. That's interesting. Do you do anything with the URLs to track those differently to match your content, or is it all just... Okay. I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way I can give you more information to track that better. There is something called content grouping within analytics now that, like, let's say you wanted to group together, you had a little section of your URL that said SIS / whatever. What's one of the groups?
Well, I see where you're going. I think it'd be hard because like one of our categories would be alumni. Like we like to have one thing up there for them. So it might go to the iModule site. It might go to an alumni page in our site.
Yeah. So it's hard to track.
It could go to a constant contact event site.
Yeah. And that's probably the way that it should be. In theory, though, you could do something like that and add another layer, just so you guys know if you're doing a bunch of content sections. In this, we'd probably have to, and if you wanted to do something like that, we'd probably have to slip in like a query parameter or something like that to be able to track them, because it'd come from the URLs, which I'm not sure if you'd be able to do for all of those different locations anyways. So, cool. How do you other schools, how do you guys figure out what goes in your slider? Does anyone else have a structured approach like that, or is it just kind of someone decided? Yep.
What nice images we have.
Okay. That's all right. I get that.
To some degree, it really is. Well, we think this is a likely story to grab interest, and we also have an image that we can use.
Sure. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Sometimes you work with what you got, right? Okay.
Or the faculty member comes to your door and stands there.
Yeah. What do you say?
You know, I have to look at it from a university perspective. So, you know, I have an online writer, so he's focusing on a lot of faculty research, and usually I'll put what he writes in the slider, but I also look for what schools are doing. They tell me what they're doing, or if they don't tell me what they're doing, I'll go and look and see if there's anything interesting showing up in the feeds. But then there's also university like initiatives and projects, or like right before commencement, we'll have a bunch of student profiles, like inspiring graduating students.
Good.
And the week before, like Welcome Week, we had some fun pieces like sophomore advice to to freshmen of what to bring, as well as like kind of 10 things, 10 signs it's back to school at AU. So
I bet those do
things
well.
Did well.
Yeah.
You know, but they're timely. So I look at what's going on, a whole combination of things.
Okay. And is most of it your decision? Do you get to do most of that?
Most of it.
That's
yeah.
awesome.
But, I mean, I collaborate with everyone, of course.
Yeah. Absolutely. Barbara, did you have something you wanted to add?
It used to be that the slider, you only could pull in something that was in /news. And
Oh, yeah.
so now that you don't have to do that, it allows you to use someone what we're doing on homepage with that house ad
Mm-hmm.
element. And so now they've really branched out to doing, programs or anything else they want to do.
Yeah.
So it's not traditional news sometimes.
Okay. And that's a good thing. It makes you have a lot more options. So when you're comparing what goes into your slider versus what goes into the house ad, what usually dictates that?
The house ad is usually like
Uh-huh.
or Wonk of the Year is gonna go in there. When commencement is coming up, we'll have an ad for that. We had an ad for preview day to help, the admissions folks. Summer sessions, degree, anything that helps degree programs, that's usually, we'll put that ad up. COGOT is getting ready to launch this 60th anniversary website, so we'll put up an ad pushing to that.
Sure.
So Welcome Week, we put up an ad pushing to the schedule and those usually do well.
Mm-hmm.
But then like Slider gets changed more frequently and it's more like kind of news driven or current what's going on right now driven. And I can put videos in there too. To plug
Right, so it's a
help.
little bit the format too.
Yeah.
Cool. Good. All of those things, hopefully this is going to give you a little bit more information so that the strategies you have in place right now can build even stronger. And you can see this is working, this isn't working, thinking about why are we doing this in the first place. If I can move this a tiny bit. Get ready for a roller coaster. Okay. So this other column here, this is the stuff that's in between. So it's everything that is below, did I go back out to the homepage? No, I didn't. It's below kind of this line here and above the bottom of your footer. So it's kind of the meat of your page is all going to be represented on the right side. Some of you guys, this is the part that was probably the most complex of trying to figure this out. My spreadsheet's hilarious if we on this because you guys all have different widgets across all of your different colleges, and I won't bore you too much with it, but they all use a bunch of different IDs from the CMS, and some of them you all use. Some of them you all use independently of each other. Some of them are only on one. Some of them are only on two. And so when I'm actually doing the tracking, I'm worrying about that ID and trying to link into it. So just know if you change this whole widget and change this ID, it's going to screw some things around. And it actually might start recording as somebody else's event somewhere else. Because if you use a new ID number that's tracking someplace else, it might start recording with some funky name on it. Okay?
Francesca said that they wouldn't necessarily know also if ID numbers change. They were going to change them.
Right.
And so that's going to be an issue.
What was his comment on that? Do they change periodically?
They may change it, use an old ID or use something, and they'll reuse it.
Uh-huh. Oh, they do.
That is, and he would not necessarily know this. Or he wouldn't necessarily know that it happened. So you're going to have to really watch your data. And when that happens, give us a heads up, because then he has to then reach out to the vendor.
Cool. So this one's actually tracked pretty simply. It's tracked with a first column, a second column, and a third column. A lot of yours will be a little bit more specific. This is going to be different for every one of them. So in fact, I just made some changes on this one a couple of days ago. So I'm going to actually suck this one in a little bit closer on the date range so this cleans up. Because this is one that we launched it one way and then you guys made some changes, and so I had to catch up with you. I think we actually have one more day in there that's kind of a mess.
This is the kind of thing going forward that when changes are made, let's say below the slider and the house ad, that section, that line, everything under, you're going to have to keep us in the loop a little, and we're going to have to figure out process-wise how to handle this and support it when changes happen.
Close enough. Yeah, and I think that you and I would both agree that we're not saying don't change it. It's just if you want your changes to be reflected in your reporting, which hopefully this is useful enough to you that you do, make sure you let us know.
If we hack something like that on our, if we make up something on our homepage, we could just make up a div ID and give you that ID.
It's helpful, yeah, if you can give me the information for it. I'm not going to go too far. I'm not going to push my luck. So this side, you're going to see we have our bottom row, our center column, our left and our right column. Just ignore this apply. It's a little bit of holdover. So basically what we're looking at here is this column, center column, right column, and then a couple of them across the board I've called this bottom row so that we're tracking all of these things together because they come in as one ID. And basically what you're going to get is the breakdown of your bottom row has had 25 clicks, center column 21, left everything over there is 15, and your right is 14. And then of course we can get down here a little bit further and see what we actually are coming through and what things people are clicking on. Especially with things that are fluid, like your news or events, it's going to be, again, very date specific. So if you're changing those things out, don't look at it and necessarily say, oh my gosh, this is the most popular news event ever, unless you kick it out and see that maybe some of its neighbors did really well as well. It's just you're only clipping the bottom of that or the end of that event or news event. So here we have a couple of, basically these mostly look like news. We have a resources link and a couple more news stories. So interesting, and I've seen this on a couple of them, is that people really are just going to click through for more news. Like they just want to see that news page, and that's happening. Versus a particular story. Your center column has all the different pieces in there, and again, we've got going out to Peace Corps, the about, resources, admissions. So these are all the URLs that are coming from basically all of these links too. So if somebody clicks in any of those, it's going to count in that center column. Yeah?
If you go back up to the top, okay, so there's no more news link on SIS page in the feature, well, in that feature slider. Other schools do have that, but
In this?
yeah, SIS has removed that, so there's gonna be some differences.
From the different schools, for sure. Yep. There's going to be, because of the differences with each of your schools and the fact that you've customized them, you're definitely going to see a little bit of different reporting in these, which is why it's exciting that you each have your own, right? I'm going to get you guys excited about analytics. I'm going to make you be excited.
Are we looking at having standardized social media icons /links/?
Yes,
I'll let Meredith.
Yes, we are. They've been sent to OIT several times as
Okay.
a reminder.
No, there's
So I
two
uploaded them to each school when I did the admissions and info box, but they were supposed to be uploaded to the root so everyone could have consistent ones site-wide, and that has not happened. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we did that during the upgrade. She was a little busy, but Meredith just
Yeah,
needed-
they've gone over
I think
there
you
several
needed to do
times
a little
since.
That's how
So those will appear in the admissions and info box space eventually?
When you guys
They're
up,
there now. Those are new.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
we'll make sure that they're tracking too.
You can see the old ones when you click around on some of the department pages. I think the social media directory actually still has one of the old ones. Then just further down pages don't have new ones.
Wonderful. So your right column, your bottom row of the different things that are across that bottom, the 5 kind of widgets there. Most of these are going to be, like obviously the news, if it changes, it's going to keep tracking. I tried to track these out far enough that hopefully if you make changes, that'll track most of it. But again, let us know. Questions on any of this? I think we need to take 10 maybe. You guys want to take a break? Everybody doing okay?
I'll go see if there's anything out there.
Oh, is there supposed to be an afternoon treat? I didn't even know. I just know that we've got probably till about 4 o'clock, so if we take a couple minutes now, we can come back and hit a little bit over an hour and wrap. So maybe now's a good time.
There's yogurt and fruit and
Ah,
some other things.
well then go get that. We'll see you in 10. You're keeping track of those little edits? Okay. We looked at your all page data, so all of you have that one. We looked at your homepage information and what's going on the homepage. All of you have that one. Let's look at the final one, the goals one. So I'm gonna try to pick a couple of different schools. So let's look at Kogod's goals. These alerts are kind of annoying. It's nice that they're doing them, but like they're always popping up, and then you guys always look at it. Whoever I'm showing it to is like, there's an alert. What's wrong? Can we fix it? And usually it's things that we know about. So the Kogod goals. First thing first, all of you have some goals set up. this is kind of the setup and the basis of this. We talked a lot about goals earlier, and the goals that we tried to make sure we had set up at the very minimum for you guys, and this is open for debate and addition and, you know, funnel that through Barbara, and we'll see if we can get other things set up, is your apply, your request information, and your visit, okay? And these are all gonna be set up a little bit different on the different schools. But most of the time, they're going to be things like an outbound link from the KOGOD pages to the specific apply portal, things like that. So of all of those goals, request information is a form submit on the specific page that we actually have code on. That it all depends on where we could get the code, where we couldn't get the code. I know we followed up and asked you guys to do this one additionally, and how far we can get as far as what's being tracked. So this is where you're gonna see a little bit of variation, and we're open to feedback on these as well. In fact, some of you might get in there and see that you've only got 1 or 2 goals set up, and that's because I couldn't figure out how to do some of those things on some of your sites. So it might be partially that it's really hard to find, or that it doesn't exist. So I might need a little bit of guidance on those as well. So we know that we have these different goals set up, and your goal report is probably going to be one of the most simple, but one of the most important. Over here you've got the number of completions for each one of the goals that we have set up, and here you've got the sources. So this is going to be for all of the goals that we have set up for your site, what are the most popular sources that are driving traffic to convert on those goals? This is the total number that we've had converted. So we've had 147, and I think this is like 4 days now, because I just cut it down again when I was looking at the last one. What is my date range? It's just in the past 2 days, 3 days. So we know that we've had 147 of these come through. Almost, well, 90%, 98%, or 98 of them, not percent, are from Google Organic. And then these are the conversion rates. Remember we were talking about those previously? This is not like 17% of your traffic. This is 17% of your Google Organic traffic is converting. Or not 17.17, I'm sorry. Can you tell it's like the last hour and I've been talking for the whole day? But you also have some here where you have, I don't know what 4icu.org. Whatever that is, referral source, doesn't have a ton of traffic coming through. In fact, there's probably only 3 different people came through with that, and 2 of them actually converted on goals, because we're all the way up here at 66%. So understanding that, yeah, we're talking about a small window of people right there, and if I change the date range, we'd see some different numbers probably. But it looks like as of right now, some of these seem like, and this one, this mastersindatascience.org, you guys know what that one is referring to you?
I think so, yeah.
They've got a link someplace, and this is a much lower number, which means that this is a higher number, by a little bit at least, because 12% is converting. So is that kind of clear? You guys understand how this report works and how you should look at it? It's understanding where we're getting our best traffic from, and again, why it's so important we get our traffic sources cleaned up and straightened up, and that we're putting all of our campaign tracking in there, right? Because this might look like, you might see emails start to pop up in here as you tag all of your emails appropriately. Your advertising will be coming through here. Any of your social media should also be coming through here. So, interesting. A couple of the foreign search engines are on the bottom there. I also have this broken out between your goal 1, your goal 2, and your goal 3. And it says right here in the report what that goal is, so that it's a little bit easier for you guys to understand. So your goal 1 and yours is going to be your apply KOGOD step 1, which again, remember that's because we're going off to that site. So I tried to label these goals as easy as I could so you could remember what in the world I was tracking. So we had 115 of those up on the right side. And this is where we're seeing the goal conversions for this. So this is basically the breakdown of your total in which specific any trend that maybe more people are applying, or maybe more people are signing up for our open house, or whatever it might be that we have the goal set up on based on these different things. The next one is you have 5, it looks like, total that came through on your request info. And these are all coming through as direct right now, which we only have 5, so I'm not really surprised by that. And then the final one, I believe, is 27 total, and it's our visit action. So it's things people have done that they want to go ahead and visit. And organic, again, a couple of those. There's one of your referrals from that for ICU. And gradschools.usnews.rankings and reviews. That just came out, right? Somebody literally came directly from the rankings and reviews and said they wanted to visit you guys. Did you guys get ranked really well? I should check before I came.
We're on it.
We exist on the list. That's cool though. I mean, you probably would never have known that A, the referral traffic was coming through, and B, that somebody actually came through and said that they wanted to set up a visit from that. So, I mean, we all know that the rankings matter, but it's interesting to see that come through right there. So, in addition to, anybody have questions on these three goals, or these three, not goals, three dashboards? We have the goals, the home page, and the top pages. We've been looking at them for about an hour and a half. Do you guys all feel like you understand what those are and what you should go use them for? And we don't, it looks like, have enough time to go through every single one. Plus, some of you would probably just leave if I did that. But they all are out there, and we're going to talk about how we can provide you with access to that in one of the last slides, and how we're going to set that up for you guys so you can all get in there and see them. And the first thing that I would probably recommend you do is go in and set up so that you get them like once a week mailed to you. Because then you can at least start to see them on a regular basis and start tracking some of that stuff. I did want to mention, I know we have some of our undergrad admissions folks here. So I wanted to mention that we also have things set up here as well for you guys. Even though you're not. Your site, part of the site doesn't seem like it's set up real perfect for that widget.
If we took out the slash admissions bit, because really we don't do, or slash freshman bit, sorry. There's not so much that we direct students there for.
Is that better? Oh, now I'm one level deep, too deep. Huh?
Yeah, this makes more sense.
Is that at least somewhat helpful information?
Yeah.
Okay. And then this one I know I need to edit a little bit because all of your pages are going to have this. So I'm not sure that this is going to be terribly valuable to you guys because it's so specific. The cool thing is we can go and say, well, what is more valuable to you and swap out widgets because we'll have some space then because this is basically going to be the same as your top pages. But all the rest of this is in here. We do have this one, which I think is kind of interesting because you mentioned that you wanted to see a little bit more into what the how many people were going to graduate. So right now what this is showing as graduate would show up on this list because I'm restricting it to people who came into the freshman admissions pages and left and went someplace else. But I don't know how many people, it doesn't look like that many sessions start on a freshman page.
Yeah, my assumption is most of them start on just a general admissions landing page.
Right.
Kind of navigate down from there.
So we can take a closer look at how, think about it and think about what you want to see and let Barbara know, and then we can work on trying to make it a little bit more close to what you guys want to see. And you do have goals set up too. So you guys actually have a little bit more because some of the other colleges kick to you guys for their undergrad stuff. So we wanted to make sure that we have different apply actions set up. We have the visit, but then you guys also have day visits and group visits and preview day and the showcase visit and all these different forms. So I tried to track as much of that as possible. So when you guys have a chance to dig into it a little bit, make sure I haven't missed anything because you guys are speaking for all of the colleges that kick to you as well. All right. What other stuff, you guys only have the 2 dashboards. Is there something else that's specific to you guys that's different than the colleges that you'd like to see dashboard-wise?
Yeah, it'd probably be good to see the financial aid piece too, because that's kind of our site / sub-site. So having a view specifically just for financial aid would be good. you're
Is
gonna
that
have
international?
that.
Not international, but, transfer? That is decentralized, I can't remember the
Yeah.
initial info box.
I think maybe at some point it might be good to drill down between the different audiences, like transfer and international. But I think initially, we kind of just want to get a sense of sort of overall what are our views looking like, and what are our sessions looking like, things like that. So I think that could be like a phase 2.
Well, I mean, it'd be really easy to grab one of those, that top pages, and create it for financial aid too, you know? That wouldn't take long at all. Your financial aid goals are gonna probably be different though, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's always hard, because it's like, oh, what, they clicked on the FAFSA to download, like that, you know, unless they
Right.
actually submit through.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of things like that. You know, one of our goals would be to have them sign up for like the student portal, but I guess just getting them to that page is as far as we can really track it. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can track it at that page. So we have a little bit of time left. What I'd love to do with this time, if it's great with you guys, is give you a quick report tour so that we can actually look through. And I mean, some of you haven't really been in analytics very much, and I've been kind of whipping through different reports. So I want to show you where things are and what you can expect to see there. And then I want to teach you about advanced segments and how you can dig into these dashboards and answer questions further with those segments. And really just kind of play around. So if we're going to go in and do a quick report tour, there are some elements of this that you've probably seen me play with already, but I want to make sure that you know how they work and you can use them yourself. So you probably saw me mess with that date range. That's a really quick and easy thing. It should be really self-explanatory. As I mentioned before, it's almost always the thing that causes the problem when you're reporting. I'm looking at this report and you're looking at this report and our numbers don't match. Why don't they match? Check your date range. The other thing that's really cool on here is we can compare to previous periods. So as you guys know, I mentioned earlier, you're not going to be able to compare year over year right now. But as we get more time pass and more information flows in, you're going to be able to compare these things year over year, week over week, month over month. And they really can be customized so you can see how we're doing at these different goals. You can do this on all of your dashboards and all of your reporting, which is great. Save one or two really complicated reports that it won't work on. We also have chart options. This is something that I actually use a lot when I'm doing reporting for us. I do a monthly report for us, and we look at things like our organic traffic. Is it going up or down as a large trend? Up here at the top, you can change and look by day, week, or month. This isn't necessarily an amazing trend, but you can see that it's at least going up and down a little bit. If you're just looking at it by the day, you have no idea that that shift is even happening, right? It just all looks chaotic. So sometimes it's really beneficial to do that.
Hey guys, can you make sure you touch on, for the people who are not schools, how to access their data within, for now, within the university, say, like Office of Campus Life?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let me get through a couple more of these and I'll jump back into it. So there's also a tool in here called a secondary dimension. A lot of people don't realize that that exists. Basically what you do, if you turn on this secondary dimension right here in your reporting, it'll give you another thing to segment by. So it'll show up right here, and you might want to segment by the number of people who visited this page but also came from Facebook. So you can segment by source, and it would break it all out that way. So it's a way to dig into your reporting and get a little bit more data right there. In fact, there's an example of what it looks like. It's like I put this together or something. You can see the different breakout of, this is our website, of the people who came directly from organic versus the ones, like this is a good example of our conference website from last year. More people are actually coming into that from email actually than even organic traffic. And you can see that it's separated there. There's also something called advanced search. Advanced search is actually a great place for me to show you that what Barbara was just asking about. So if I wanted to dig into my page reports and only look at a certain section of the site, I would use advanced search to do so. This is really important to you guys. all of you because we're showing basically all of the information and all of the page views for the entire university's website in each one of your views. So if you wanted to restrict to just yours in the live reports, we're gonna have to learn how to do this, so I'll show you how. Basically, it's including the page, and you can put all kinds of different things in there. You can also include some of the filters that I showed you before, so maybe you wanna look at landing pages that include resource and people who came in from email. So this is an example of just the pages where our resources pages, which was our blog at the time, that people are coming to through emails. So we can do that way. And I'll show you
Career
what.
Center would be another example.
Yep, let's look at that right now. So for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to go to our all data view. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm not going to do that because that isn't on there. I guess it really doesn't matter who you look at because they're all the same right now. We can make one if you want. It's specific.
You
So.
mean specific to the division? That's
Well,
probably the
it's
second.
kind of a multi-purpose one, and we need like something like that so that everybody feels comfortable going into it.
Okay.
So they don't feel like they're going into another college's stuff. But really, it doesn't matter. It's going to look just like this. So if you wanted to see just the pages for which division should we look at?
Career Center.
Okay.
The
So,
Office of Campus Life, because he's actually here.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
Slash
we're-
OCL.
I think Ashley.
What is it?
OCL.
OCL.
All right. So we want it to contain, and I'm sorry, I went way fast on that. Let me grab this so I don't remember. So I came down here and I'm looking in the page reports. Let me back way up. So I'm under behavior, site content, and all pages. I have a tendency to do that. So you could search right here. I always like the advanced just because it gives you a little bit more of the options. And this looks really familiar to stuff we've looked at before, right? It looks like the filters on the dashboards, things like that. So we can say only include page containing this section of the site. If you wanted to, there's tons of other options here. We've got an exact match. We've got matching regular expression. So again, that fun pipes and codes and all that stuff. Begins with, ends with, or containing. Containing is probably what you're going to need most of the time. And now you've got a page report that's going to give you what your most popular pages are for this section. It would also be really easy for us to create one of those all pages dashboards for you as well, using that little section. So this is kind of a standard way to do it. This is looking at the page level. So the pages that were hit and the number of page views. There's another way we can do this, and this is actually next on my list anyways, to make sure you guys understand. And it's using something called an advanced segment. And these are going to actually filter or segment your information by the session. So we can look at sessions that include a page view to that section, if you will, versus the list of pages themselves that were clicked on. So how we do that is on the top of all your reporting, there's this thing up here that says add segment. And yours won't look quite like this. This is, every single one I've ever created is in this list. But yours will probably be a little bit cleaner. And you can see here that I've got tons of these things. We can look at it all. You can look at it by system. So this is a little bit smushed because of the screen, but the system ones are basically the ones that come standard. You guys will all have the same system ones that I have, and you're gonna see things that should look pretty familiar to you by this point in the day. Things like new users, things like non-bouncing sessions, so people who didn't just leave your site immediately. Organic traffic, paid traffic, site performance, or perform that site search. So we could look at just people who went in and pulled the site search and what their deal was. What's your deal? We can also look at like tablet traffic, tablet and desktop traffic. So there's a ton of segments in here that you can immediately start working with. So just for the sake of simplicity, let's look at a really simple one. Let's look at mobile traffic. Everybody understands that. It's standard in every view. Let's look at that real quick. Understand segment. I can apply that, and then pretty much all my reporting, there's a couple of really complex reports that the segments don't work on, but pretty much all your reporting is going to come up here, and you're going to see an extra line, a mobile report. What's cool is, we lost our search. You can also do the search on top of it. So if you want to look at mobile page or mobile sessions to these page views, look what we just did by layering these two things together. And again, we're looking at it compared to all sessions. So we can either do that if you like, or sometimes I think that can be a little stressful. So sometimes I'll just remove the all sessions altogether, or maybe compare it to something a little bit more relevant, like non-mobile, you know?
Yeah, and like you doing that, like removing all sessions and that's not gonna affect anything, it'll just go bad, right? So
That's why segments are so great. Perfect question. You can't break anything. You literally cannot break anything with segments. And you can't even have access to mine to break them. They're all just with you individually. So as you're logging in, you really can't hurt anything here. So this is my mobile traffic. And your number one is sexually transmitted disease section for mobile. So we're learning some things here. But there's also, look, interview tips. That's a good one. So apparently mobile device users are looking for a couple of things that, as we look at this and compare it to non-mobile users, are probably different on the list. What else?
So, I mean, if we continued on STDs, what can we find out? Can you go into that now and say like demographics, like age, gender? Can you
Your demographics, I don't believe are completely on, because you have to change the demographics I might have overspoke earlier. You have to change out your privacy policy in order to make me feel good about checking that checkbox. So I don't think we've done that yet, but we can get there. But we could add
Who's using that?
a secondary dimension here. Maybe what we want to do is we're really interested in this one because it makes us all giggle. And it's the end of the afternoon and we need a break. And so we're going to click into that, and maybe you do want to add a secondary dimension, and maybe we're interested in the metro. So we want to know which city people are coming from. This one, since it's, I'm assuming that, well, some of it's going to be not set. We're talking about mobile devices, so there's going to be a little bit different. It's not using IP addresses, it's using mobile technology. But we do have, New York looks like a rough place to be right now.
So that just means that, does that mean that they're from New York and their phone somehow
That's a really good
presenting
question.
that information, or is it actually?
I'm not sure how it does that, to be honest. I'm not sure if this is smart enough to know where you are, or if it's just going based off of, you guys have a huge New York population, don't you? Of students.
So it's not like a geofence. It's not what we're seeing.
I'm not sure whether it's looking at the phone's information or if it's looking at the,
So it's
this maybe is a bad example. What other dimensions might be interesting on this? The what?
If people don't know, you can show them what the navigation summary does too, because that's it.
So in this specific case, we could come in here. Most of these people, it looks like, are coming directly into the site. This is their entrance page. We always see a little bit of this, that it looks like somehow people are, I'm guessing it's some kind of a refresh, or there's some kind of issue where it's the same page. We see that quite frequently, actually. Somebody came from your self-quizzes page. And then this looks like it's a terrible search. So somebody actually came from a search results page, I guess it looks like. And it looks like, I don't want to read that aloud, but that's what they searched for.
So can you, like,
Can we see if these are external, like,
If
this
it's
is,
organic or direct or.
Yeah.
We're trying to
Yes, we
understand
can.
why this week this has a 1,100 views.
kids are on spring break?
Break.
Better safe than sorry.
Going off the rails quick. You might want to cut the recording. So it is primarily organic. Some of these students are coming in directly, which again might mean it's broken, or it might mean that you guys can send us out an email or something, did you? No. Hey, spring break, be ready. Maybe next year you will, now that you know it's so popular this time of year. It looks like a couple of referrals, so somebody must be linking to it from somewhere in the mobile world. And in fact, if you want, we can go one step further and bring in the source and the medium. So see, analytics can be fun.
This is the most animation we've had all.
Oh, so you're linked from 88answers.com, I guess. So somebody's Google search led them to whatever that is, and you learned a little bit there. Ask and Bing, ask.com.
So it just seems like that page happened, OCL did a very good job with their SEO and it's coming up in people's Google searches.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the majority of this is organic, and especially for mobile phones, because that's what we're looking at. Remember, the segment we have on is mobile specific. So, yes, indeed.
Well, that's good. They're drawing traffic worldwide. Right.
So maybe somebody in London learned about you guys that didn't know about you already,
That information.
because you're there to help them out with their problems. What other things should we look into?
Well, I would show people the navigation summary, you know, because that's, they're just,
Oh,
they don't
yeah,
have,
yeah, yeah.
they don't have a dashboard, so.
There's a couple of different ways you can look at navigation. So it gets a little bit messy if you aren't drilled down to a specific page. But this is basically going to give us where people came from. And again, remember, we've got a lot going on right now. We're searching and we have a segment on. If you look at your reporting and it's screwed up and your date's right, it's always the segment second that you've left a segment on and there's something screwy going on. So you can look at the previous and the next page path. It looks like this is pulling in, since most of this traffic would look like it was direct. I bet if we check the bounce rate on this, it's also pretty high because it looks like not very many people are going to other things as well. Gosh, it's weird. That must be a typo because I don't understand why someone would switch to that. So yeah, it would give you though basically the list of where they came from and where they're going. This maybe isn't the best example because it's so.
Maybe
Segmented.
one of the housing pages.
Let's do that.
That's a,
Do you want us to keep mobile on
oh,
or not? So let's go back out here. And
So it's
dig
just,
in.
OCL/housing, yeah, there you go.
Oh, there you go. Are kids figuring out their housing for next year right now?
Yeah.
So we can see all that information, and then again, yes, this is gonna hopefully be a little bit more interesting. And remember, we're looking at mobile. Yes, we don't have any mobile traffic to this page. And that's how you remove a segment. Why is this happening?
Sometimes the navigation will just give that and then nothing.
Oh,
Then you try again, it'll give you a report.
I don't know. Sometimes, let's try it a different way. There's something that does happen across analytics, and you might run into it, and it's the sampling issue. When you're trying to get down into really, really specific things like this, especially if you have segments on or if you're using some of the more complicated reports, in order to create them that quickly on the fly, it has to do this thing called sampling. So it's only going to look at a section of your reporting and maybe bring in 25-30% and show you what that looks like instead of the whole gamut. It's annoying, but it's a free tool, and really that's what we get. If you want to spend lots of money and buy Pro, which I haven't recommended anybody do yet, you might be able to get around that. So why is this continue to happen? At least one time when I'm in the real live report, something weird happens. Maybe this will be our one time. So we bring in all these different options. Let's just click on this one. Okay, and let's see how we do it. Alright, we got around the sampling problem. So this is going to tell you that it looks like, is it linked from your homepage right now?
I mean, it is on our homepage.
Okay, so good. It looks like you've had a bunch of people come through there. You've had people come from the tuition and fees information as well. Your main university life, dining, all those places make sense to you. And then afterwards, that's not the page we were looking at, is it? The about housing?
No, it's just about, like, kind of breaks it down a little further.
Cool. So then they end up looking at some of these others.
Here.
That one a little bit more informative than our last one.
Now, if you wanted to, like, you had said if you wanted to send, like, a report or something, could you do that from that too?
Yeah.
Or-
In fact, that's a great question. You don't have to add this to a dashboard or anything. Any report you're looking at, if you wanted to, you could, make sure you have the time range that you want, because that's going to be stuck to it. And then you can export it in all kinds of different things. I usually like to send PDFs because it looks like this, right? And it's going to look pretty, and it's going to have all of your different pieces. It's not going to look exactly the same, but it'll look like this, and you can send this to whomever you'd like. And that really goes for just about all your reports, with, save a couple of those really complex ones that don't handle this kind of thing very well. Let me show you, as we're kind of looking at segments though. Actually, hold on, I think I have some slides to talk through this. So let me jump back to the presentation for just a couple more slides. So this is our example of our advanced search. Talking through the different reports. So you have 8 different things here that you see when you're in your reporting. Dashboards you know all about. You're pros at dashboards now. We also have shortcuts. This is something that if you have a couple of favorite reports, you can put them into shortcuts. I don't really use it because there's so many other tools that you can use, like dashboards and the custom reporting and things like that, which I didn't show you. Intelligence events is kind of your alerts. It's a rather new feature, and we don't use it tremendously. Some of it's going to be in there just automatically. So if for some reason your goals completely drop off and something gets broken, you could get an alert about that. We should probably look at that a little bit closer. We use ours for whenever we reach like a record day on traffic. I get an alert so that at least I know, hey, whoa, we had a huge day, even if I'm not paying attention to reporting. Real time you guys saw already, which I was testing and trying not to get lost in. Now we also have these 4 on the bottom. The 4 on the bottom are the ones that you're probably going to use. This is kind of the meat of analytics. These are the ones that have been around for the longest time, and they keep updating and making them better. So audience, acquisition, behavior, and conversions. Our audience is basically answering the questions, who are these people? This is a lot of your demographic information. If you have the demographics I was talking about with the male and the female and all that good stuff turned on, this is where it'll show up. As well as, where are they geographically? How often do they come back? What kind of user behavior do we know about them? And I'll show you a little bit more deeply what those reports look like. Acquisition is answering the question, how did they get there? So you guys already know a little bit about the different types of traffic that can come to your site. This is where you dig into that further. Behavior is what did they do? this is not just, this is your page report, right? Everybody knows that all pages report is probably one of the first reports that you log into and look at when you're getting into analytics. One of the easiest to understand. It also includes things like events. So I'll show you that in depth if you want to dig into the events, because all of your events that I've shown you for the Tag Manager can be found in there. But it's also search information and things like that, landing pages. And then conversions I actually showed you briefly a minute ago when we were talking about goals. So that's all of the goal information. I'm not going to go through every single one of these, so don't worry. But I wanted you to at least see when this thing is open what's in there. This is the audience segment, or audience group. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
What, you said acquisition used to be named something?
It used to be traffic sources, I think.
Okay, I just wanted to know that.
Is that right?
It used to be.
It's whatever I had in that slide that was incorrect.
Okay.
And I think that's the only one that's changed recently, but my gosh, I think they change them every like 6 months just to make sure that I have to make all my updates to my slides. You think you just help me. This is where you're gonna see some cool new reports, the cohort piece. I actually haven't played with this yet. It's new in the last like couple of weeks. So that's one that I can't tell you what that does yet, but I'm sure it does something cool. Has anybody played with that yet? No? I'm constantly seeing these things pop up in beta and I get all excited, but then sometimes they pull them away. And Google, I'm sure some of you have noticed, they roll things out to different people. So you might not even have that one yet, or you might have something in beta that I don't have yet, which is always awesome. Demographics, that little arrow, and interests, if you click those two down, that's where you're gonna see that extra information that I mentioned that you can import from the social networks. It's almost exclusively social networks and different other websites that you basically are self-reporting what you are and your interests in what you like, but it's all people who are basically using the display network, the ad display network of Google, and so part of that is they're saying, okay, yeah, that's fine, we'll share this information with you. It's all still non-personally identifiable, so all of you that are a little bit worried about being stalked by people, there's nothing in there that says this is your name or your email or your any of that kind of stuff. Geography, language, and location. I almost never look at it in here. It's almost always used as a segment or something within the other reporting. Behavior, you can see things like whether they're new or returning, how frequently they come back, how deep they're going in your pages, how many times they look at it. Technology is the browser and OS. I don't know if any of you guys probably care about that. Tech people really, really care about that. Your IT groups are interested in where is our site failing from a user experience. You guys can definitely try to identify that. That's one of the things that I use when I'm trying to troubleshoot those weird oddball things that are coming through in your event reporting. Is it one browser system that for some reason your CMS can't handle and it's kicking out these, so that's really the only time I ever use it. The network is going to be close to that service provider that I talked about, so like American University, and I'll show you that before we're done. The segment that you can put on that says, on American University's campus or not, basically, based on the service provider. And then mobile, you guys are familiar with what that means. These are your kind of standard reports that come out of it, though. The next group is your acquisition. So if you're looking for any of these things, look under acquisition. Channels and source medium and referrals under all traffic are probably the ones that people use the most. We looked at actually some of these reports I had pulled in and you probably didn't realize that that's where they're coming from. This is kind of what the overview page of this looks like. It's kind of stressful. It might be a little bit too many bars to look at, but it's showing you your list of what's your top acquisition sources are. This is also where you find AdWords. So if you have AdWords linked, which just takes a couple of clicks, that's where you'll find all that information. It's great information if you are doing it, and it needs to be done view by view, which is another good reason to break out your views by colleges, so that if one college is doing AdWords reporting in one account and another in a different account, you can link them up accordingly. Okay? Your SEO information is in here. Has anybody looked at keywords recently and heard about this whole not provided thing? We used to get a full list of all of the keywords people were searching from. Gosh, it's been 5 or 6 years now. And Google basically pulled the plug on it. And they're like, we're not going to tell you any of that stuff for Google people that are logged in because it's a privacy issue. And all the marketers went crazy, and SEOs all over the country were like, how are we supposed to do our job anymore? They gave us this kind of to help with that pain. And it's basically, you won't see anything there unless it's hooked up with your webmaster tools. Barbara, do you know who's running your webmaster tools? Because we need to log in.
Just go.
It's the.
Okay, so that actually might be hooked up. I'm not sure what you guys are.
We did.
Avatar.
Okay.
No.
It's a cool thing to be able to see. And you'll actually see like click-through rates and search terms that show up that you showed up for and how frequently you're click-throughd on them. So there's some kind of valuable information there. It's another one of those reports so that you can get totally lost in if you're not careful and spend a lot of time in it. I don't really care if, 2 people searched this thing and we didn't show up very frequently for it, that sort of deal. We also have social. Social media reporting has always been available if you know how to get it out of here using different segments. They created that whole section that it actually drops down and there's a bunch of different reports for the social media marketers that were screaming for ROI. So now it's a little bit easier to find. And then campaigns is probably the other piece that's important for you guys to look at. If you're doing paid campaigns, it'll pull in your display and PPC keywords in here. Organic keywords, you're not going to see much. That's probably where you're seeing that not provided still. I would anticipate that report's going to go away in the next couple of years because the only people reporting into it right now is like Yahoo and Bing. All campaigns is that list that I showed you earlier, and I put you all on the spot and made you tell me what your campaigns were that we're tracking. So that's where you see that sort of thing. This is the what they do section, the behavior section. We were just looking at that all pages report. The content drill down is going to be really similar to those in your dashboards that you saw where it was the page path level that I was screwing around with. So it's going to be different sections of the site and how those are doing. Landing pages is obviously, we know what those are. It's the list of landing pages. The cool thing is like all of those different reports, like what you go to that landing pages right now, it's just going to be a list of URLs for the whole website. You can use that advanced search on it just exactly the same way. So if you want to see just the specific ones for your area, or if you wanted to see, add in the grad as well with your undergrad admissions, those sorts of things, you could do that there if you're there. Exit pages is the last page people were on. Site speed, you're probably not going to have to worry about. Again, that's one of those things that is more of a tech side thing. But if you are having a problem where you see a huge bounce rate or some big problem going on one of your sites, you might check the site speed and see if that's the problem. The site search is, again, the thing that's turned on innate within analytics, just to see what people are searching for, what their search terms are. And then events. I'll show you that in depth in a second. But that's where you can go in and see all of the top events and all of the events flow. AdSense is if you were advertising on your site and you were one of those folks that was doing display advertising. You're not. Are you? I'm sure you're not. Right? I've never worked with a school that does.
What did you ask, I'm sorry?
You don't have advertising on your site.
Oh, do we have
Oh,
sales?
no,
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 yeah.
we don't do that.
We do display.
I thought you meant display.
Yes, we advertise back and you just looked at it. Experiments and in-page analytics are 2 things you probably don't need to work with. Experiments is A/B testing. It is possible within the tool. You can do it. I want you to know that, but that's probably all you need to know. You got to have a lot of volume in order to do it. That's one of the things with Google that's different than some other A/B testing tools. And in-page analytics is, has anybody ever clicked on that where they show you your page and there's little percentages all over the place? And some of you are probably thinking, why did she bother going and tagging up that entire website with all those events when that exists? It exists because, again, people were saying, Google, we want this. Google, we want this. We want to be able to see where people are clicking. Google has no idea what they're clicking on, though. All they know is the page path, and they're building that report and putting in those percentages based on somebody went to this page next. So anywhere that there's duplicates on that page of those URLs, it could be just the URL. It doesn't even have to be the wording. It's going to count that all as the same percentage. If you add those percent numbers up, it's going to be like 3,000%. It's going to be really stressful. So I actually really hate that report because I think people think that it works and it doesn't. I always advise don't use it. And then conversions. I showed you guys this a little bit before. You saw the overview and the number of goals that came through. If we had funnels set up, you'd see them here. You can see this reverse goal path. I'll show you that in a second if you want. It's a pretty cool report that you actually can click in and see of this goal, which pages did they click on before when they got to this. So that's a pretty good one. E-commerce you don't have. Multi-channel funnels, this is where I was talking about some of that complex assisted conversions and top conversion paths of, we know in the cookie somebody came from this source originally and then a different source, and how many assisted conversions were there for a typical source. Usually what we use that for is social media, because a lot of people will be engaged with social media and then they don't actually convert right away because they came to read a thing, or maybe it's organic search that came to read your interesting article that they found on spring break, and then later they'll come back and they will actually convert on a goal because, oh, American seems like a smart place, I should go to school there. So that would be the assisted conversion. And then the attribution is that thing I briefly mentioned earlier that'll stress everyone out, but you can actually pick the different attribution models if you would want. All right. Advanced segments I already talked about, so I don't really need to show you this. Some of the system ones that are in there though, by default, search traffic, mobile, we looked at that, direct traffic, so those are all good. You can share these. I didn't mention that previously. They have links just like some of those dashboards do. So if I make a really cool segment and you guys wanted to use it, it won't automatically be in your logins. You're gonna have to share it with somebody. The good news is though, if you make a segment and put it on a dashboard and send that out regularly, the segment will go with the dashboard. So that's a good way to share them if you're up or down on them. What else? Sorry, moving kind of out of order. Oh, let me show you how to do this service provider one, because I know you'll want to use it. So one of the segments that every college I work with loves is this one that I call it the service provider, because I always try to make these things named as close to what it is in the actual tool as possible. And what this is basically, it's showing us, we're segmenting by only show me sessions. And you can see sessions that include a service provider that contains, or we can say exactly equals, American University. And what's cool about this is you know that it's working because it's gonna pop this up. We already see this coming through. I wouldn't just always just write American University. I would start writing the school's name and see how it's coming through in your system. So what we're seeing here is basically on-campus people. We could do the opposite. We could say exclude anybody who's on American University. So, and obviously change it up here. What's cool is if I have this exclude the American service provider on, is I can go and look at any of the dashboards that I've set up for you, any of the referral information, basically all of the reporting based on this. And this is doing a little bit of sampling because it's such a large number. So which one am I in right now? I'm in arts and sciences. So if I wanted to go out and look at arts and sciences, your top pages, one of these dashboards we created for you, we can compare this and see what's different about this. And I don't know if anybody remembers what was on this before, but we could go out and know that what we're looking at now, that ever loads all the way, is actually just the people who are off campus. What's cool is, again, I've said that these segments stay with the dashboards if you send them out via email. So you might want to set this up so that you get an email every day of on campus versus on, or off versus on campus, those sorts of things. It's a rare thing that we get to do that in an industry like this because you guys are so big. We can do it with big corporations and we can do it with universities. We don't always get to do it with the mom and pop businesses that have just one IP address. That has to be filtered at the view level.
Where is that ISP one or service provider one in the segment? Is it a segment?
I didn't even add. Where is it? This is one that I've created, so I can share the URL with you. And you guys can all add it if you want, because it's a pretty standard one. It's funny that I added it and then I didn't actually add it. It's always helpful. So what this is telling us is, did I answer that? I didn't really, did I? Do you want me to?
I should now be able to find it under shared segments.
Well, no, it's not shared in there. I'm gonna have to actually send you the URL. So right now it's showing us all traffic versus off-campus traffic, more or less, on this dashboard. And it, actually most of your traffic is off traffic, it looks like, in this section of the site. And then we can look at some of those differences on the breakdowns. This again, it kind of complicates things. Sometimes I like better just looking at one at a time and not looking at two segments at the same time. It's a little bit easier to get your mind around. If you have really simple analytics that you're looking at in a really simple dashboard, double segment's not a problem. It's getting mad at me for doing too many dashboard tricks. When I was moving all your dashboards around and creating all your dashboards, I had to restart like 3 times because it's something with the JavaScript and opening that window over and over again like freaks analytics out. So we're getting kind of close on time. I want to make sure that I'm answering any outstanding questions or things that I mentioned really quickly in the last couple of minutes and didn't go into enough. Is there anything that you guys are kind of thinking on and want to dig into a little bit deeper?
Well, are you two going to confer and send us follow-up reports and stuff like that? If you want this service
Yeah.
provider filter, we'll send you.
In fact, we do have some follow-up slides. I'll kind of wrap that up and take questions. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
There's lots of different examples of segments, by the way. You can do it by city. You can do it by social, or all kinds of different things you can play with. A specific email campaign. This is probably important to talk about. There's 3 different ways that you can actually dig into your data. What we want you guys to do is drill through the report. So all of that good stuff that I was just doing about adding different pieces and doing the search and the segments, all of that good stuff, use that and then use the segments like crazy because you can't break anything. You can also obviously do the filters to the dedicated views. But we don't want you to necessarily do that in this case because we've got these set up in a certain way. I'm not going to talk about those. If I was going to give you homework, it would be to do some of these things. So we'll send you this document, logging in, figuring out which views matter the most to you, looking at the dashboards, get into the data, what kind of questions come up. Try to answer those questions in the reporting. See if you can figure that out based on some of the things we've looked at. Create that advanced segment, figure out how to email a report. This is a great checklist of something to do kind of right away, maybe next week after this is still sort of fresh in your mind. But let's look at next step. So, you want to jump in on any of this?
One thing that might help is that for your other presentations, if you have some slides on segments and filters, because there's a big variation level of expertise in this room.
Sure, with some of those, I just went through a bunch of them really quickly of some examples. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, sort of how-tos or cheat sheets that would be, that would also be a helpful training team, I think, to have. So I'll add that in. And then, so the school dashboards and the dashboard that web steering is using, as well as the training was sort of the scope of work for this project. So web steering in the last meeting talked about what the next step might be in terms been rethinking this about, the second bullet there. It may be, I need to talk with Becky a little bit, we thought that it might be easier to have email aliases, which some of you do, for each of your, schools, because there are other people who are gonna go in there, other than you, as kind of the Google Analytics person. And previously, we allowed people to log in using their own individual emails. So I need to step back a little bit because we have to kind of look at what would make sense, be the less, the least amount of risk in terms of having dashboards end up being in a different format than what we're used to. So I've got that on my list to talk to Becky about. So we might not be able to let everybody in on Monday.
Okay.
Okay.
But we'll definitely follow up quickly with how that'll work.
And then we'll share the deck from today via Dropbox. We'll send a link.
It's big.
And then, things do not change. The goal and dashboards. And then you can send me any feedback or additional questions. Anything you think might be missing or would be a helpful widget to add to the dashboard. And then we can look at those.
Yeah,
Those are
absolutely.
the major steps.
Yeah, we wanted to start with at least what we know is important, but obviously you guys know your areas much better than I'll ever be able to. So if you can give me a little bit more on that, that'd be good.
And it may be something that Thomas suggested is great for all the schools, so we would want to put that widget on every single dashboard. Because as much as we really like to keep the dashboards that are shared, also with web steering as consistent as we can. I know this is a lot to absorb.
Absolutely. Any other next steps that I missed?
No.
Feel okay? I do have a couple of additional resources on here if anybody is super fired up about analytics. Avinash's blog is great. He's a Google evangelist. He has a couple of books as well. These analytics, Analytics an Hour a Day and Analytics 2.0. You get a little bit worried ever recommending books because literally things change all the time. But his are pretty good about doing kind of that upfront strategy and those sorts of things that we talked about. Justin Controni is great. He also has a couple of books. He's actually employed by Google as an evangelist. So he does a lot of the training videos and things that you might find online.
What was his name again?
Justin Controni. I don't know if it's anywhere on here, easy to find. Yeah, it's not. His blog is Analytics Talk. And he just spoke on one of my clients, the gal that and doing that kind of dimension data uploading piece that I talked about earlier with the alumni network. She actually just went to one of his show that he was speaking at. And so he's actually on the circuit. If you go do any events like that, you might end up seeing him talking. Analytics has their own kind of IQ lessons. So if there's something that I touched on or didn't explain in a way that you completely understood, they have little videos out here. This is probably a great resource for you guys as well in the training group, where you can get in and there's just little videos. This is intended to help you get ready to pass the Analytics Individual Certification Test, which, I mean, I'd recommend that you all kind of look at. It's a cool thing. I think it costs $100 up front, but it's worth it, I think. And the big secret about that test is that you can pause it for up to 2 days. So that's your little secret for the day. We have an analytics group where we talk specifically about things in higher education and how it might tie in with analytics, and hopefully we try to keep it up to date with NCAU as well. And then our blog, we talk about this kind of stuff all the time. We do videos and webinars and blog posts and things like that. So all of that is there. We do have a couple of minutes for a couple of questions though. If you guys have things you want me to dig in deeper and jump out of this and get back into the tool. And I know we're ending a little bit early, but you guys are doing okay, right? You aren't dying for a little bit more. I'm starting to see people do this afternoon nod.
It's Friday.
Right, Friday afternoon, a little bit early done, we're okay with that, right? I did actually have one workshop that after lunch, not kidding, 2 people fell asleep. I'm like, this is on me now. Like if it's one, it's like maybe you should have got a better night's sleep, but ow. So thanks for staying awake. I'll hang out for a minute if you want to come ask me a one-on-one question, or if anyone has one, just shout. Cool. Yeah.
Just need to play with it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Right, seems like we would follow session,
Right.
share tips with each other.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Like, once we all start playing with it, and then we can share.
Yeah, that's a great idea. In fact, some of the best, having that kind of a cross-departmental, cross-college group where the people who are actually in it get together on a regular basis can help tremendously, especially with things like that campaign tracking and organizing things across. So. Cool.
Thank you.
Well, thanks.
Thank you.